culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Our culture united. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world. Connecting all over the world.
Hey, I know y'all jamming over there with us right now. Culture United Wednesdays, every Wednesdays, right here, 5 p.m., hashtag See You Wednesday. It's great to see you all. 9-second applause. Word up, word up. I don't know if we could have had a better panel for the topics that we're talking about tonight. I sincerely don't think it's possible. We've got 6 people up here who bring hilarity, who bring insight, who bring the drama, and who also bring that feeling of being home. That's what family's all about. That's what community is all about, and that's what Culture United is all about. 1 second applause to you all. Now, we've got Glass Malone. He's on his way. You know Glasses. Glasses got so many things going on all the time that it seems like it's not all the time or maybe often enough time that he's on time. But it's okay because it's always the right time when Glasses shows up, so he'll be here shortly. Introducing our panel today, one of the most important strategists, marketing geniuses, and someone who will let you know real quick what she don't want to be called, which is a capitalist. If you ever need someone to help you figure out where you want to go, she should be your first stop. First and 15th zone, the one and only El Janelle. 9-second applause.
Thank you for the lovely intro. I appreciate it. I'm excited to get into this week's topics. I can't wait to hear everybody's opinions.
Word up, word up, word up. Also joining us again, a rising star in this space, incredible commentary, dropped a hilarious video today on Jack Harlow, the one and only BK. 9-second applause.
What's up, Justin? What's up, panel? Shout out to the mod, shout out to the chat. I'm happy to be here as always, and I'm excited to get into the topics today.
Word up. Thank you for being here. Joining us again today, 2 weeks in a row. Last week, it was really, and it was a really important conversation last week. And I was really impressed with the nuance and the breadth of perspective that he brought to the conversation, which is the only thing he really does. He's an actor, he's a comedian, he's a musicologist, he's an author, and he is someone you definitely need to talk to figure out how right you are or how wrong you are. The one and only Dwan B. 9-second applause.
What's up, everybody? Let's have a good time today.
Word up, man. This is going to be good. It's 96 degrees out here in LA, by the way. 1 second applause to the AC not doing what the AC is supposed to do.
Hey, I just hooked mine up, but usually I wait till July to hook it up. It's in there now.
Right. It's crazy. It's crazy. And joining us back again, but it's been a long time, but it was a great time last time. MC, comedian, radio host, television host, entrepreneur, celebrity boxer, the one and only Head Crack. 9-second applause.
Yo, the scary thing is like 15 years ago, I would only had to do 2 of those things.
which two of those things?
MCing was like hip hop is always first and foremost in my life. The thing I care about the most, the thing that raised me. I used to listen to the Juice soundtrack every day before I went to school. Didn't get the Bishop results. So hip hop's always gonna be the cornerstone. And I love radio, love talking to people, and this is a visual version of that. Am I wearing pants? Who knows?
We'll leave it up in the air. 1 second applause.
Thank you.
That celebrity boxing turn, though, that's the real. I don't know if you had that one on your vision board, but that was cool.
I did, but it was at a different time when I initially first thought about it. Like, because when I finally did it, I was the age that like Rocky was like in Rocky 4. As opposed to like when you're supposed to be out there doing the thing. But you can do anything with a strategy and a game plan.
Word up. We have a strategy and a game plan over here at Culture United every Wednesday. If you notice, you have people who have their cash apps up here. If they drop some dope insights, something funny, something you love, make sure you give them a donation directly and let them know how much you appreciate them. We also have super chats that we do take here. Main discussion, as always, same rules apply. First 2 hours, generally speaking, usually it's about first hour and 40 minutes because the intro be going long. Got to set the table. And then we move into the super chats and audience reactions. We did 2 segments last week that were gamified a little bit. One of them was react to this, and another one was how many classics. And so we will be doing both of those again this week, but with new people as well. Big shout out to Professor Sky. I see him over there in the comments section. And without further ado, we're going to jump right in. First story of the day. I thought Jack Harlow was doing really good for himself for a long time. He was staying out of trouble, wasn't necessarily saying anything too crazy, too consistently on a regular basis. There was a whole Brandy dust up, but I felt like they brought all of that to a happy conclusion in a classy way at the BET Awards of 2022, which seems to me the year that he kind of, in my opinion, from my point of view, I'm not going to put this all the way on him because it's kind of, I'm not trying to throw shade at him like that. But that felt like the year to me that he discovered R&B. I felt like he really got closer to R&B than he had ever been when he realized that he didn't know Ray J and Brandy were siblings, and he couldn't identify one of Brandy's biggest songs on Hot 97 Interview, right? I did not know then that 4 years later, he would be going all the way into the R&B space, all the way putting on his best neo-soul common outfit, soul choir convention uniform, and then going on the New York Times Popcast and explaining it all by saying he got blacker. All right, now if you guys missed this, here's a quick clip that went viral this week. And this is of Jack Harlow talking about his his evolution. And let me jump into it. If I can find it. I just had it, and then I lost it. And then I have it again.
I knew you could do it.
Wait.
Yeah, they're killing him in the comments. These nicknames is wild.
Yeah, they're destroying him.
Milk
All
the
right,
shocker.
Milk the shocker. I actually texted Silk when I saw that. So that was a good laugh too. All right, so here goes Jack Harlow right here.
John saying you didn't retreat into a wider genre. In fact, you arguably went deeper into.
I got black
music.
Yeah.
Deeper into. John saying you didn't retreat. John saying you didn't.
We're gonna play it one more time because it is funny to hear.
John saying you didn't retreat into a wider genre. In fact, you arguably went deeper into.
I got black music. Yeah.
Deeper into. John saying you didn't retreat into a wider genre. In fact, you.
So that was the quote that went really, really viral today. I would start with you, Head Crack. What was your reaction when you saw how black Jack Harlow has gotten?
You know, if you leave somebody's mic on long enough, they'll go from being right to wrong real strong, right? You know, and, you know, a lot of times we side-eye people that come into the culture because, you know, are they really with us or do they do a Anakin-level heel turn like, you know, like Kid Rock, right? You know, who used to be signed a job, used to tour with Too Short. So like, you know, Jack Harlow, when he first came out, he was on the grind in the trenches here in Atlanta, you know, doing all the underground spots, department store, things like that. When things were going on in Louisville, Kentucky, he was on the front lines, like, you know, protesting, doing the things before he was really popping, right? So I'm like, okay, you I believe you with us. And you know, come on, bro, like he got baited into a bad conversation. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, you know, like I don't think this one moment should like completely besmirch the work and equity that he put in, you know, ahead of time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't get a chance to listen to the album because I'd rather listen to the internet, the group, and the actual internet because I like raps and I didn't sign up to hear a crooner. You know what I mean? So with that being said, just sometimes you got to, you know, keep your 30 seconds and keep it rocking.
I'm with that. 1 second applause. I've seen a lot of people say that they felt like the two interviewers, John Caramonic, and I can't remember the other guy's name. I mess his name up all the time. Set him up. You know, they felt like they pushed him in that direction. I wonder how Jack Harlow could feel as if he could roll out this project or even do an interview at all and expect to avoid that question. You know what I mean? To me, like that's the first thing anybody should ask. Yo, why are you dressing up like Music Soul Child? Like that would be something I think people should ask about. BK, what was your reaction to this?
I mean, yeah, it definitely took me off guard. And, I know people were kind of shooting him bail, like maybe that's not what he meant, whatever. Regardless, that's what he said, and that's what we're working on. I think the notion that the journalist set him up, you could look at it that way, or you could look at it as them doing their job. I'm surprised they actually asked this question, and I think it's a weird situation because both of them are white. The both of the co-hosts are white, and then Jack's white, and they're like having this conversation about race and about privilege and the ability to pivot and genre bend, and the fact that we could take a Jack Harlow seriously, going from all rap to this like R&B project, and a black rapper would not be able to have that same grace. I think they mentioned that even in the interview, of like people would just kind of look at it as a one-off and not really take it seriously. And I think the more interesting part for me was him saying he's hyper aware of the politics around the industry, but then says something like, I'm blacker. Or when the interviewer is like, well, true or false, white rappers have an easier time pivoting. He's like, I'd have to think about that. Like, that doesn't sound like someone that's hyper aware of the politics or the optics. And I just kind of felt like, maybe he got too comfortable. I'm not trying to discount anything that he did before, but it's just like, it felt like there was a little bit of lighthearted, like he tried to kind of joke about it. And it's like, that's not funny. It feels like you're playing in people's faces. The album title Monica, my nigga, if we're really getting into the Dr. Umar back, whatever. It's just like, I just feel like you're playing around, you're dressing yourself up in this costume. There's modern Black artists that are making R&B right now that are not dressed like that do not have to subsume a costume in order to put out good stuff. And I did listen to the project, and it wasn't good. It was sleepy. It was soulless. I didn't understand his creative point of view, other than this Kango hat is cool, and I've just watched Love Jones, and so that's cool. Like that's what that gave to me. So
you didn't appreciate the Cartiers? The Cartiers?
No. No. It just felt really gimmicky. That's how I've always felt about Jack Harlow. Not to say that I just think he's just this delicious figure, but what's popping? I mean, come on. Like the kind of black scent, like, come on. I don't know. I've just always felt like he was really gimmicky, and this kind of follows that pattern as well.
1 second applause. I mean, it's one thing. If you're going to pivot to R&B, all that's cool. You're going to pivot and start making neo soul. I'm not someone who tries to suppress people's artistic ambitions. That's just not, it's not a reflex that I have. But the costume, though, the costume is what made it corny to me. Like he legit went and got an outfit as if Bush just stole an election, as if 9/11 just happened. And from a fashion standpoint, I guess he's on time. Everything goes in 20-year cycles. But I honestly think there might be a generation of people who will associate neo soul and R&B to Jack Harlow. I think there's some people in Gen Z and Gen A who this might be their first peek into one of the richest art forms I can think of, period. Jack Harlow is sitting over there with a Kango hat talking to Joe and John about his privilege. Am I thinking about this wrong, Elle? Is there anything else that I'm missing when it comes to this?
No, I don't think you're thinking about it wrong. I think people have a right to have their knee-jerk reactions. My knee-jerk reaction is yuck. But I'm not in Jack Harlow's target audience at all. I was never going to listen to it anyway. I don't like the Whips and Chains song. I'm already so far arm's length away that I wasn't going to listen anyway, if I'm being honest. And now I really think the outrage, because I'm always going to talk about the marketing. I'm always going to talk about the rollout. I think the outrage is pushing him so far forward. I would bet my bottom dollar that the label does not feel like, oh no, we've offended the Black community. I guarantee. Well, I don't know, but I guarantee they're excited. They're like, oh shit, yes, you done gone viral. You go get more eyes on you, more spin. So I think it's annoying. But I think there's a lot of people that's annoying and they get it ignored. So I'm more bothered by you annoying and you've gotten our attention. So that's my thoughts.
1 second applause. This is probably the most organic virality attention that Jack Harlow may have ever gotten.
I think so.
What's Poppin's a big song. That Brandy thing was a big thing too, but this feels bigger. I mean, I haven't seen Black Twitter be Black Twitter since the Montgomery boat situation. You know what I'm saying? So he got. I feel like he brought people over from Threads and Blue Sky and brought them back over here just to jump on Jack Harlow. You know, but the numbers. I mean, predictions. We're still waiting to see what the numbers will be for the first week, but predictions are pretty low. You know, they're talking.
I saw it was like 22, right?
Yeah, less than 26 is what I saw.
So I can't wait to see how that works, because all of the people who are like, I listened to it and it was trash. It's like, well, it should be higher than 26 if all you people listened to it and it was trash. So,
well, I mean, that's how little a listen is worth.
Facts. I can't wait to see how this goes.
Yeah.
Did you make it past the 15 to 35 second mark that matters for it to register all the things? Because, like, you know, as soon as I hear some off notes or like a beat that I can't like really nod my head on the 1 and the 2, I'm out.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know.
think I'm gonna listen.
I don't know if you listened on YouTube or not. That's where I listened to it. So I don't know if that's counted into the.
It is.
I don't know how the streams are counted, but that's how I listen.
Well, it's not counted to Billboard,
Billboard.
but you know, it counts into the revenue. So we'll see. But I mean, look, my problem with this album, Ma Nika, is Jack Harlow. Like, Jack Harlow is he's not a strong vocalist. He is not someone who reverberates passion when you hear him hold a note. You know, I feel like his version of Neo Soul is flat. You know, I think he has this idea that Neo Soul doesn't have its, you know, sweaty, sexy moments, because there's not a whole lot of sweaty, sexy that's going on in this. But from a composition standpoint, it's solid to me. And I think that's because he brought in a lot of people who know how to do this. You know what I mean? He worked with Robert Glasper on this. He's got Raven Lene on here. He's got people who know what this is supposed to sound like. And so at the foundation of it is a solid instrumental album. He told a story on the Popcast interview about how they were begging him to put some bars on it. I think he should have listened to him. but Dwan, I don't know if you heard this album yet or if you pay attention to the conversation, but from a sonic standpoint, what was your take?
Man, he sounded like Con B. You know?
It's like applause.
It was so flat. And, you know, I know my guy Robert Glasper was on it, but that's an old school thing. They win because they always get the budget. You know, black music, especially R&B, soul, neo soul, requires budget, requires strings, it requires vocal tuning, it requires live bands, it requires a lot of elements. You know what I mean? And that they get the funding to get that our artists don't necessarily get to put on our albums. But when I heard the interview, when I heard the snippets, I covered it on my show the day after it happened. I went into talking about him, but what I really heard was that conversation wasn't for us as black people. I think that's a conversation we got to listen to get a peer into their world, because music is race music to them. They see race when it comes to music. That's not nothing that we brought into it. It used to just be all black music, from jazz to blues to country was race music at one point. You know, there was no subdivisions up until the 40s, you know, other than race music. So for them, that's been a game that they played for a long time. Let's come play in the black world for a little bit, dominate it, because I know I'm going to get the budget, I'm going to get the marketing, I'm going to get the backing, and I can do more in their music than they can. Let's go around and slum with the Negroes for a little bit, and then we're going to come back and bring it back to our people. We can go back. We can go back and see that with the Beatles. You know, this is nothing new. The Beatles were broken by a black-owned record label out of Chicago, covering an Isley Brothers song. And let's start black, but then when we end, we're gonna end at Sgt. Pepper. We're gonna go back white. That's been a constant game that's going on. The Rolling Stones wanted to sound like Chess Records, then they go into being white. They always, it's not they. That's a long-standing game. And if you stay black too long, Michael McDonald, if you stay black too long, Bob Skaggs, and certain ones, we may not welcome you back. And that's been the game in their music world for a long time. Sound black, because if you can sound black to a white person, that's legitimacy. Once you establish yourself and once you've been accepted by the Negroes, now come back home, take a little bit of that seasoning off, and make some of this unseasoned music that we like. So I saw that as a conversation that happens all the time within white music. White music loves to dibble dabble in what we do and then come back and be white. Now, the whole part about what he said, I went blacker, that was really a slip. That was some real stuff, because in his mind, he probably do, like a lot of them, they have this cultural confusion that we don't talk about enough as Black people. They have a major cultural confusion between their white ethnicity, their whiteness in America, and their love for Black culture. There's always this thing going on, and when they lean into it, they can see themselves as that for a while. So I saw that as, man, maybe this dude has been in the Black side for so long, maybe he's starting to think that's what he is. Only time will tell. But we see by what y'all was saying earlier, the record sales and everything, he might be dibble-dabbling on his Black side too long. Then white folks want him to come home.
More second applause. I mean, I don't know who this album is for. I don't know that many people. With the audience he's cultivated, none of them strike me as people who are also R&B fans. R&B fans know what R&B sound like. Neo Soul fans know what Neo Soul sound like. Soul fans know what soul sound like. It don't sound like Jack Harlow. I'm not sure how many people are going to pivot because Jack Harlow is their favorite artist. How many super fans there are of Jack Harlow, I'm not even sure. So whereas when I see this with Post Malone, for example, well, he's going over to places where there's a whole bunch of white people already, right? And so he's going over to rock and country. And so that, to me, always felt, I could see the strategic play in it. But you pointed that out really well, Dwan. It's like, dang, dog. How's it going to be when you try to go home?
Yeah, but also maybe what he sees, because when I'm really into that circuit right there around the country at shows, the quote unquote neo soul, hate that term, but the quote unquote neo soul has a major Asian fan base, a major Latin fan base too, and it's a major subculture in Japan going on right now. It's a major subculture with the subculture within the Mexican culture here in LA. My sister's a teacher in middle school, and she talks about how she had a lot of those girls thinking that they Jill Scott 2001. Because that's what they grew up on. There's a major subculture with the quote unquote neo soul sound. So maybe he thought he was going to go there, but if you're going to go there and be white, you got to at least be good, like Moonchild. Moonchild is at least good. Hiatus Coyote, they're good. You know what I mean? So even if you're white, you can do it, but you got to be good. He sounded like he was humping and moaning. What the fuck was that?
But the wild component though, bro, is like, remember when Kanye came out with 808s and Heartbreaks, and we're like, yo, what the hell is going on here? Because like the ears weren't 100% adjusted to what he was doing. Because like I didn't even listen to that album in the very beginning, and then like songs started latching on to me as I got used to the tonality. Once again, I'm still speaking from a space of a person who has not heard this new album from beginning to end. And I don't know if it would have been better received if he took the best of both worlds approach and did it with Robin Thicke or John B. You know what I'm saying? Just to kind of like, Trojan horse the energy into it and whatnot. But, everything ain't for the point that you hit with Post Malone, he went ultra white. I don't think he coming back. I don't think we're not getting a White Iverson ever again. I think he told you what it was on the first song. I'm White Iverson. I'm out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And for Jack Harlow to still be trying to be with the rapidy rap stuff, to a point, and then making music that would make him suitable for Essence Fest, it's a risk for artists who of that approach, and it may pay off. It sounds like we're not rocking with it, and and maybe next he'll go back to rapping, but like it's really a turncoat moment if he goes country on the next album.
And see, like even Posty was singing on White Iverson. Like he came to us singing, like there was a little bit of the melodic rap, but like when I heard his first like folk, whatever, I was like, okay, I could hear that roux that he was working on in the beginning. With Jack, it's like I'm vanilla, baby, to whatever I want to be that fence post. Like it wasn't good. Like to Dwan's point, like I feel like people don't really care if you're white or not, or if you do heinous things or not. Just look at Ye. Like if the music is good, if it slaps, people don't care. And like it wouldn't be this much of like outright, like there was so much more time we could spend on the costume and the I got blacker, blah, 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 because the music was not filling in the blanks. It wasn't good enough to like cover up just how bad he was playing in our faces, I feel like. So I don't know if, yeah, he needed to, because like Justin Timberlake, Robin Thicke, yeah, but Adele, like Bobby Call, like there's so many people within the space that have contributed that were like, okay, no, that song is hard as fuck. But I just didn't get that from this.
I want to introduce our 6 panelists, I guess. Yeah, 6 panelists. There it is. A little slow count there. I was in a haze of Harlow, but I'm back now. The one and only Glasses Lope. Now, second applause.
Hey man. Thank y'all.
Hey,
Man,
Glasses.
Hey now.
Man, thank you for joining us again, as always, brother.
My bad on the timing. Forgive me.
Nah, you're good. You made it. Now, we're talking about Jack Harlow. He put out his new album, Monica, and it's not getting rave reviews. People are not rocking with this project. But they are dropping some of the most hilarious memes ever. Have you been paying attention to this conversation, and what's your reaction to Jack Harlow?
Yeah. It started Saturday. I did a podcast with Trap, who co-hosts No Ceilings, and he kind of preempted me for the conversation, told me they had Jack Harlow had an album out, and he had this this interview where he was saying, I got blacker. So that's kind of the depth of all I knew, right? So we talk about it. I see the interview. I'm like, like, this white man talking about he got blacker. I can't see it. Sunday passes. Monday, everybody's pressuring me to deal with it. So now I'm starting to dive into what's happening. And I see the album title, Monica. I happen to have white friends, so I heard that joke, a few years ago, right? Where it's the thing. So now I'm looking at that. Then I'm thinking about I got blacker. And then I'm talking to Trap on lunch hour, and I look at the Spotify picture, and it's full out blackface. And I'm telling Coach and I'm telling Trap, I'm like, man, how did y'all listen to this music once y'all saw this? Like, how did you get to the music? Like, what are we talking about if the music is good or bad? Like, we should be damn near talking about stringing this motherfucker up. Like, this is a problem. And end up being this big drag out argument. And it take everybody a little time to get to what I'm saying. I guess there's no reason for me to listen to the album. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to wear a knitted cap to make R&B, to attempt to make soul. You could have used any one of your first 3 album covers. You didn't have to tint the filter and use to make your skin darker. You don't have to wear buffs. You don't have to tuck in the hair that obviously makes you exactly who you are. It could have been the same album cover as your first album cover, and you could have just came out and did that music. And I'm just expressing to the homie, I'm like, bro, that it's blackface. Like, you know what I mean? It's no doubt that's what's happening. And, for people to kind of look past it and make a million other reasons as if like this is what being an R&B, like you could wear any outfit and sing R&B. You could wear a basketball jersey and make great R&B. You could have a suit. So if you say he's looking at somebody who's like, well, that's black. That's exactly what a minstrel actor thought they was doing. This is their caricature version of how we act, our behavior. That's the same thing for him. It's like, when the black people sing, they wear knitted caps and they put buffs on and they, and like they look like this and they're walking through it's like, bro, just put the fucking record out. It'd have been just fine. But now it puts us in a position where like I'm past the memes. I don't think this shit funny. I don't think this shit cool. I heard like New York Times or Variety compared this, said it was like voodoo. And I'm like, cousin, everybody sitting around this motherfucker thinking it's a time to talk about if the album good. Fuck, cuz. Hell, we talk like I don't know when did I become Malcolm X, because I swear to God I'm not. But it's like right in my face.
1 second applause. I mean, I didn't see the New York Times or whoever compared it to voodoo, and they should punch themselves in the face immediately because that's
Tomato.
But what do you guys have? Any reaction to what Glass had to say?
Yeah, I saw Glass's show yesterday when they was doing it. It was it was one of those situations where you don't even need to listen to it. personally, I listened to it live on my show when I listened because I just saw that it dropped. I did a live reaction to it. But when you see the character, when you go back and look at how even blackface started, you know what I mean? When you go back and look into all the music, it's always an imitation of us, and it's old. Like if you go back to the roots of country music, the father of country music is D4 Baby, and when the white people got into it, what the Carters would do, Maybelle Carter, AP Carter, what they would do, and they kind of alluded to them on Sinners. What they would do is they would go down to the South and buy copyrights from Southern gospel music and folk music, and then they would take it back up to New York. And Maybelle Carter, AP Carter, these are New Yorkers. These are Bostonians. These are Upper Northeasterners. But what they did when they came into doing country, they put on the overalls, they put on the straw hat, and they made themselves a caricature of what everyone knew that was black music. So that was them making the caricature of that. And that's actually the start of country. Going back into what we were talking about, Jack Harlow with him staying black. That goes back to literally the first days of country music. They've always done that. And it's just an act that's about 100 years old now. It's just that it's tired, you know, and it goes before that. But I mean, just on wax, 100 years old. And it's the kind of thing that we shouldn't accept on any kind of level. That's the way I see it.
I agree with that, especially because like it's like he wanted brownie points too. Like he was like, I'm not doing like my other white contemporaries. And he thinks what he's doing in place of that is any better. But like to Duana Glass's point, it's like you're doing minstrelsy though. Like, would you go into a majority black space with this fucking costume on and expect to be taken seriously and defend and say I got blacker? Like, would you? But it was are we supposed to clap that you're not doing a postie? Like that you're not going to country or not, you know? And basically he was saying, I'm better. I'm a superior white to my counterparts because I'm not exploiting, you know, the genre like they did. And actually he is, and he's doing it in a way that's almost, I don't want to say more offensive, but like almost. It's really ham-fisted. It's really on the nose. But that was something that I noticed too, was like, he's like, hey, I understand the politics of today and how I could have a soft landing place in country. Well, I mean, regardless, despite, you know, I don't know how well this album is going to sell, but the fact that he's even being taken seriously, pivoting to R&B is part and parcel of the privilege as well. So I thought that was interesting that he was like, see, blacks, I'm not doing a posting. I'm doing R&B. Like, shouldn't I get some points for that? And it's like, no, nigga, you're actually doing something almost worse than that. So yeah, that's a great point.
It'd have been cool without the outfit. It's like, okay, cool. You fuck with some black music. You doing some other ones. You just come out with a regular Jack Harlow album cover. Feel me? You got your locks out. You doing, bro, you tuck the locks in a knitted cap, bro. Like, why? You get what I'm saying? Like, why?
When you puzzle piece everything together, because like I didn't put together all the clues the way you guys did. And as you're presenting the evidence before I live in Atlanta. I know 3 white people, right? And so I've never heard the Monica joke. So when you broke, I'm having the same experience that my man had at the end of Usual Suspects when he was like, realized that he was talking to Kaiser Sose the whole goddamn time. So that missed me, and I didn't even stare at the cover. And yeah, like to put on the neo soul outfit that you would get from a now defunct Party City to shoot the cover, yeah, I do feel the playing in our face of it all, you know, in real time, and I feel like I have learned something too today.
I want to 1 second applause to learning. I want to share this other clip from the conversation because when I watched the interview, I saw the memes go crazy this weekend, and then I watched the interview after I saw the memes. And the clip alone, the I'm Blacker clip, that was one thing. When I watched the full interview, there's a couple of parts in this. I was like, oh, they shouldn't. I'm not sure they wanted. I was like, part of me saying, I'm not sure they wanted to put it out, but I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure they absolutely wanted to put this out. Like I had both of them back to back, but I do want to share this.
Oh, it's about to get worse.
This clip right here. This is really where it got uncomfortable.
Interview.
Me neither. I didn't watch it.
This is where it got uncomfortable for me. And so here is
Oh Lord.
that part.
Attached to an outcome. And I think that's what the album is about.
Can you guys hear the audio? Is it clear?
Yes, but everybody else has to mute so it doesn't echo.
Okay.
We're just two grown-ups talking about life. That's all we're doing. We're talking about life.
And is of course you can find ego in anything, but does that sound like the most ego-driven statement to you to say, hey, let's talk about this? I'm open-minded. Point is, I'm not attached to an outcome. And I think that's what the album is about.
But also the very privilege of not being attached to an outcome. That
I didn't say I'm doing away with my privilege.
No, of course. Well, no, we're going to get to that part. But that in and of itself is a privilege, to be able to be like, I'm not attached, to be the person who's beyond attached.
Oh yeah, but that ain't even in my top 20 privileges.
That ain't even in my top 20 privileges. That entire exchange, watching these three guys sitting around laughing and giggling and joking about their privilege. And Harlow brought that into the conversation and then said, that's not even my top 20 privileges. When I saw that, changed the way I looked at this. I never thought about Jack Harlow as being intentionally nefarious. I just haven't thought about Jack Harlow all that much altogether, to be honest. But that particular, those three dudes sitting there laughing about that, their privilege together.
Tomato.
Crazy. Open floor.
Yeah, like I just think it's an overall thing. Everyone's getting more comfortable. You know, Trump didn't just make right-wingers comfortable. He made everybody comfortable. And now the truth is coming out. You know, Music Snow Child knows what he's talking about when he says that he has all these levels of privilege. He knows exactly what he's talking about, because it's just that now everyone else is more comfortable having these conversations in the open. These used to be behind closed door conversations. I remember when I used to play the drums professionally, I had certain white musicians that I was cool with that would tell me what some of the things that they would talk about behind closed doors, you know? And so this is an old school behind closed door conversation that's now being had in front of all of us. They know they have the privilege. They know that they can go wherever they want in music and we can't. Why do they know that? Because most of their inspirations are us. And they know that it will stop for us so they can live. They are keenly aware of that, you know? So I just think it was like, hey, I'm glad y'all finally had one of them closed door conversations in front of us. Cool. You know, that's how y'all think.
Yeah, I think Stephen Wonder got too comfortable with the company that he was keeping during that time, and he let the reality slip. Because, like, you know, people could put their representative out on Front Street for the world to see. And, you know, as being a person in media covering the things I was covering during pockets of time, you know, I saw him checking all the right boxes, doing all the right things in the beginning of his career. You know, absolute power corrupts absolutely over time. And then, you know, then maybe you start to, you know, embrace the dark side a little bit more and your habits start to change. But to see them be so, it's one thing to be aware of your privilege and have enough coof about yourself to be like, yeah, I know it's there, but to flaunt it when you have people who are more qualified, more talented in the skill sets in which you're trying to wield, to flaunt it and be like, I'm not even using my top 20. That becomes a little bit more problematic. And then I see the playing in your face of it all. And yeah, like if we see him at Essence Fest spitting the plate that we saved for him at the cookout.
1 second applause. Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see where this goes. I definitely wanted to tackle this topic with this panel here. Any final thoughts on Jack Harlow before we move on to our next story?
Yeah, Justin, do you mind if we take some time to maybe call out our favorite latest R&B soul projects so that maybe we can actually promote some people who are kind of deserving of this level of attention on the tail of this? Is that okay?
Fantastic idea. You want to start it off?
Yes, I want to talk about Cleo Soul's Gold. I know that's 2023. I want to talk about Leon Bridges. He has an album called Leon. I think you guys should check that out. And then also Sampha. And of course, Jill Scott. Like, I hope we all have listened to Jill Scott's amazing album. And I'm interested to know what other like R&B soul projects you guys actually appreciate. Somebody deserving of, you know.
I got some. I have a contemporary soul playlist that I put together. I give to all y'all. It's on my website. But I would say Terrace Martin just dropped a dope project this past week. You have Kenyon Dixon here out of LA. That he has some. He dropped something recently. Terrace Martin dropped actually a couple albums. That not too far ago. Brandy Younger, she plays the harp, but she has a producer style album where she gets different singers to sing while she's playing the harp. You got T Nava that dropped something recently. You got Buddy. Buddy just dropped a new project. He's somebody you want to look out for. You also want to look out for BJ Chicago Kid, Bilal. Robert Glasper just dropped a dope project about 6 months ago. Charlie Burrell off Death Row Records, he just dropped something, and so it's R&B right now. Is in a really good shape. It's in really good shape by a lot of dope ass artists that are out there right now. Also, Adam Blackstone, he dropped he's a bass player, but he dropped an album with a bunch of different with Jazzy Jeff, Jasmine Sullivan. Check out those albums.
Oh,
One second, applause.
I also wanted to shout out the new gen. Destin Conrad's album Whimsy was really good. That was more like jazz. It was great. Colorway, also by Destin Conrad, was dropped in 2021. Of course, Duran Bernard's Wanderlust, I think that was 2022. And then Bloom, which dropped in 2025, which was, I think he won the Grammy for that one, actually. But that's also kind of why Jack was falling flat, almost kind of like the shift that we saw post beef within hip hop. It was like, okay, you can't just drop kind of what a lot of people were dropping in like the late 2010s, early 2020s, where you can just kind of phone it in. After the beef, that kind of felt like people's palate shifted, and it was like, okay, you're gonna have to drop some shit. Same thing for R&B, like to DeJuan's point, the field is so rich and ripe of like really talented, really passionate artists and projects that like we don't need a Jack Harlow. We don't need a diet watered down version of that. Like he's not even in the top. He's nowhere near what's out there right now. So, but hearing that like white man laugh just triggered something in me. I don't know. Just that's not even the top 20 privileges. That pissed me off. I did not see that. But that's also where I feel like it's maybe he was like, damn, if I drop something rap right now, that's not going to hit. And let me try to shift to R&B and do something. It didn't work either because the field is just so rich. So shout out to you, El, for bringing that up of like just some people who we actually want to support in place of him.
Yeah, I mean, if I could throw a couple out there real quick, I'm not like the type that rides around like listening to R&B by myself with the windows down. However, a big shout out to Glenn Lewis, who just dropped a single recently. He's been kind of off the scene for a minute, kind of quiet. It's called Past Tense. And also artist that I work with here in Atlanta named Benita Jelaine. She has a project out called Kept Kissing Frogs. And if you ever get the opportunity to see her live, man, she's a monster. She's taught me a lot. And I've done a lot of shows, but she does such a great job in not only curating sets, but building a band to create a live show. And, none of that singing over the vocals. She out there just raw dogging the mic, you know what I'm saying? And just giving people a great show. So I love people still going after it like that.
Word up. I want to shout out Leon Thomas. Dropped another project at the end of last year. That Mutt project is one of my favorite R&B albums of all time at this point in time. Jill Scott's new project is fantastic. Jill Scott is personally very important to me. Me and my mom shared a love for Jill Scott. And to see her come back as impeccably as she did this year, incredible project. That is one of the ones that I every year I do a albums playlist of everything that comes out, and then I play that playlist whenever I'm entertaining or socializing or whatever, and I check to see people's reactions. Like I check to see when people are asking me to move on to the next song, and it doesn't matter what's on that what song from that Jill Scott project it comes on, people are like, "Ooh, I like this one." So one second applause to Jill Scott, and that Glenn Lewis is really fire too, so I second that one as well.
Two more, Aaron Ray and Alex Isley. Look out for them too.
Oh, I love Alex Isley. Also, Kehlani has something coming up. It's not out yet, but I am excited to see what she's gonna do.
Me too, because Folded, come on.
You can't escape that song.
That's a
Fantastic
great song. I have never listened to the whole song, but it is so fantastic. Ain't that crazy? Like you could just hear part of a song and just know how fantastic it is.
Yeah, that's
for
like
me, I'ma just advise you get back in your in this time where people can't. It's not enough soul for people to see blackface when white people playing in your face. I think you need to really go back and dig and find you some soul. Let's Get It On by Marvin Gaye, 1973. That's my favorite song of all time. Get to This, Come Get to This. Earth, Wind and Fire, The Way of the World, 1975. I just think people need to find their soul because there's no way possible we should have missed this. You know what I mean? It shouldn't even got this far. And I think part of it is just we're losing our connection to yesterday.
That's
Take
a
applause.
real talk.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about the older things, and I don't want to belabor the point because I know Justin already has his transition ready, but I'm either gonna go Acoustic Soul or Voyage to India by India Ari. You're doing the throwbacks. Please take the time and listen to India Ari.
Well, take applause to India Ari. You know, I didn't want to focus too much on any of the memes that did go up around this for this conversation, not because of anything other than I feel like people have seen most of the memes that have been around there. But I do think this one is particularly hilarious, and I highlighted it in the video that I did on it today. And so, darn.
Darn was hilarious.
Darn is my favorite one. Because it's as passive as Jack Harlow's My Nigga album is. You know what I'm saying? So, nevertheless, we're moving on to the next topic today. Nice second applause to everybody for that first section. Now, this next story today is it exploded in virality over the past 2 days, right? And it's Afroman. Afroman is victorious in court. 1 second applause to Afroman. And I had to, someone in the audience left a comment asking me if I was going to do a breakdown on it. I was like, oh my God, I forgot all about this. And so what happened was Afroman he has a house in Ohio, I think it is. And the local police, they raided his house looking for drugs and all kinds of contraband and illegal things. They took money, they broke a bunch of stuff, and they were all caught on his security camera. So he took him to court and he won that court case, right? Now this is in 2002, maybe 3. I'm not sure when this was. 22, right? Yeah. And so, and I used to write for television, and I wrote for a TV show called Court Cam, and it was outrageous courtroom moments captured on camera. That was the log line. And so I wrote the episode on this years ago when we did it. And I forgot that Afroman had continued to troll them something crazy. He was making he made songs about one of the police officers who came in and had his guns drawn. Lemon
Lisa.
Yeah, right. So he made songs about the police officers and they didn't like it. And so they tried to sue him for defamation. And so today, just happened within an hour before we started this today's show. Today, Afroman was found victorious. And so here's the story real quick so everyone can catch up. This is from the New York Post. It says, Afroman found not liable in bizarre defamation case brought by Ohio cops who raided his home. The verdict was the icing on the cake. Afroman did not defame Ohio cops in a satirical music video that featured footage of them fruitlessly raiding the rapper's house, a jury found on Wednesday. The 51-year-old Because I Got High rapper, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, held up his hands in triumph and hugged people in the courtroom after he was found not liable for defamation or invasion of privacy, false light publicity, Foreman was sued by the Adams County Sheriff's Office over a drug search at his home in August 2002. That resulted in no criminal charges. And this is what he looked like on the stand. Shout out to Afroman. 1 second applause. Open panel. Did you guys follow this story at all? I saw you talking about this, Dwan. What do you think about the outcome?
I was happy he won, man, because look, this is what I've been on this theme on my show recently, and it's really about our superpower as black people is our music and our jokes. We cannot economically beat anybody right now. We don't have more guns than them, but I've been noticing that when we go in when we start going in cracking jokes and making light of things and having fun, that's where these people really get a bug in their ass. You know, those people who did the Montgomery beatdown, they couldn't even get their DVD on Netflix or Amazon. They had to, they got to say, they do not like when we make jokes. I remember I did a video of the Alabama Brawl, and YouTube took it down for inciting violence, you know? If you just notice, whenever people talk about Black Americans and Black people, they always talk about what we called them, what we said, what we done did. So my thing is this: you saw that woman crying when she got caught doing what she did. So the fact that you can't beat a cop in law, beat them with jokes. They don't like themselves, so make them feel worse. That's one of our superpowers that we have. Like, we don't understand. We created the genre of stand-up comedy. Stand-up comedy was created at the same time as the blues and jazz and the same juke joints. You know, Miles Maybe, the first stand-up comic who was also a singer and a dancer, who was on tour with Muddy Waters and all of the great blues acts. All of that, vaudeville acting, stand-up, music. That's why Def Comedy Jam and music was so intertwined. You know what I mean? If you notice, with comedy always has music intertwined. When we use our music, when we use our comedy to just say some words to people, they act like we done stole their land. So I say we got to keep doing it because it bothers these people. Fuck them. You know what I mean? Because they don't like us. Okay, cool. I can't beat you economically, but if I talk bad about you, you gonna feel just as bad as if I stole something from you? All right, bet. Let's go.
1 second applause.
Afroman operated. Oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead. You got it. Go for it. No, please.
I just agree. Me and my partner were talking about how, like, when Black people get on your ass, like, you're liable to go and, like, do something to yourself afterwards. Like, swear to God. And we were talking about it in regards to the Jack Harlow shit. I was like, damn, day 3, they still get this nigga fucked. So I love seeing that. I love seeing, especially cops being made fun of, cops being the butt of the joke. They take themselves way too fucking seriously to just be defending Capitol and killing niggas for fun. So shout out to Afroman. That was a crazy ass suit, but, like, shout out to him. And I retweet what Duan said for sure.
Yo, I definitely feel like that suit is going to be in the Party City, like, cost. Well, actually, Party City's gone, but you're going to be able to buy that outfit for Halloween. I guarantee. But, you know, when you go back to the Drake versus Meek Mill battle, right? Drake beat Meek Mill not because he out-rapped him. He made a bop that people could sing along to. And Afroman did something that was on the highest shelf that these white niggas could not reach. And they had no comeback for that. You know what I mean? And when that guy sat up on the stand, talk about the officer, it made me feel a certain way. And, you know, and it hurt my feelings, whatever he said. I'm paraphrasing here. And then when Afroman so eloquently said, how do you think I felt when you broke into my house, had an AR-15 pointed at my kid? You don't think you hurt my kids' feelings? F your feelings. And I hope this is bigger than Because I Got High. I hope this record is bigger than that. You know what I mean? Afroman has reached the levels of superhero shit that Old Dirty Bastard was on prior to his incarceration. Like, even going back to the time where, like, he snuffed that white woman on stage in front of, like, a few hundred people and continued to play his guitar like he didn't do it. He is a true Apollo legend. Rest in peace, Shepard.
1 second applause. That part, though, the part you talk about in the courtroom, that was really powerful, though. He said, I forgot I'm not a person. Let me go back to, I forgot I don't count as human. My bad. Let me go back to allowing you to be the victim again.
Oh, he's so articulate, man.
Yeah.
He's so great, bro. So 2 things came from that. Just getting to remember how brilliant, you know, and how articulate he is. Like, he's a marketing savant. And I know sometimes it kind of comes across because it seems so easy, but he's a savant, man. He gets it in a way that people don't get it. And yeah, he retains everything that he was previously before that moment. And just listening to him talk on that stand and explain and express himself, and they just look so sick. And there's a moment where the officer, I forgot her name, Lisa something, and she was crying about the things that was being said, and all I could think about was Drake, like, in his lawsuit. Like, that's all I could think throughout this whole shit. I was like, this is this dude crying about the songs. Like, you didn't do anything to deserve this. Man, he's so articulate, man. He is so articulate, dog. And just listening to him speak up there and defend his perspective, man, it was like a breath of fresh air for a really long day.
I had the same thought too. I have a clip here actually. We can take a look at this. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, but we can take a look at this woman on the stand. And
she was crying, and the song was playing, and all I could think about was boy, and I was like, damn. But it's like you got it coming, bro. And he was saying, like, y'all raided my house. You had a trigger pointed, your hand on the trigger with a gun pointed to my head in front of my kids, and you worried about this song. Like, it was a line he said. He said, I turn my bad times into good times. I go on my back. I said, this motherfucker is brilliant. People like him and Mike Tyson, it just go by so quick. But, man, they be absolutely brilliant, man. So I'm happy he beat the case. I'm happy, he was vindicated and all of that shit. It was dope. It was dope.
1 second applause. I'm looking for the clip. I had the clip. I'm not on my best with this.
You want me to say? I got something for you. You want to say it on Twitter?
Okay, yeah. Text me the link. I can't find it right now. What you say?
Justin, you know what it reminded me of?
Sense, you guys.
You say what now?
You know what it reminded me of? As far as like us as black people, like us, when we created the cakewalk, we literally created the cakewalk to imitate how white people walk when they're having a good time. Like one of the greatest dances in American history. We were like, white folks, man, y'all got it too easy. Let's just create a dance walking like y'all. And that became the dance of America. Like that's what this week, like, bruh, man, that lick 'em low, shit.
That lick 'em low is crazy. I mean, I'm doing a story on this on the channel, but I can't remember. This is one of the more unique moments that I remember happening in a courtroom and then still coming out victorious. I mean, he was right the whole time that, from a legal standpoint, everything that they're complaining about only exists because of their botched raid, right? They rocked outside the limits of the law, were found liable for what happened, and they want to turn around and play the victim because they didn't like the songs that Afroman was making. I mean, Afroman he was doing shows live on tour, showing people, doing the lemon pound cake song or whatever it's called, where the police officer is out there. And so, but here is Afroman on the stand right here. Is what Glasses just said.
It's only a little bit, but it go right to the song, so you can play it, and you ain't got nobody on the YouTube. But it's gonna come to the song within like 20 seconds. But listen to this.
Because the sheriff's never supposed to raid my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact, nothing. So all of this is their fault.
All I could think about was Drake. I felt so bad.
Oh, she want to laugh.
Don't she look like Big John Stud?
Oh, no, Greg the Hammer Valentine. With the long flowing blonde hair, like, yo, man. I feel like Eric Carmen in that one episode of South Park when they grounded up the kid's mom. I was like, oh, your tears are so salty and sweet.
Tears of unsalable unsalable sadness. Oh, it's so sweet. I thought it was Carmen. Oh my God, I know that's South Park. Oh man, he finally got his revenge on him.
Hell yeah.
And he was licking his tears when he was crying because he fed his parents. He killed his parents, grounded them up, and fed that shit to him in a chili at a chili cook-off. And when he realized he ate his parents, he was crying. He realized his parents, he ate his parents. He started just boo crying. Cartman jumps next to him and starts licking his tears, talking about how sweet they taste. That's how that shit feel. But all I can think about is Drake. Like I can hear it now, like that.
I mean, essentially, that's the angle. That's what the court filings, their court documents read like. They talked about that the anguish that Drizzy and Aubrey was feeling every time he was reminded. You can't just go back to Oakland the same way.
This is that whiteness, though. Like when I like the white woman tears, I'm just so glad that a white woman's tears did not result in a victory for her or for what she was representing, because that's typically how that goes, especially when Black men are involved. But it is just the nature of capital W whiteness to inflict pain or harm, rewrite the story where you're the victim in it. Like it's just a tale as old as time. So his victory represents a lot, you know, with all that added context. But just, I mean, girl, you huffing and puffing, red as a cherry, over some damn lyrics after y'all were in the wrong and terrorized this man and stole his cake out of his friend. What's going on?
Sorry, it's so familiar. This is like this thing keeps playing out. 2 years ago, it played out. It's like, yes.
But it is like the vanilla version of what they say Diddy did at Kid Cudi house, though. Like, yo, he broke in my house and he opened my presents and put a bomb in my car. I mean, man, like, to eat the cake was petty as hell. And then flipped off his Ring camera too.
Right. Yeah, that was petty.
Like, you know, you're going in there with malicious, evil intent when you're doing those. I don't even want to say passive aggressive because it's very aggressive things. And then to steal the money like it ain't gonna be missing. And the door thing is disrespectful. Because you can't get rid of those rodents once they get in.
And watching her cry was everything, though. The white woman tears taste like Alka-Seltzer. That was great watching that. It was just.
You go sleep better. It's NyQuil.
I want to play one more clip from this courtroom, and this is that officer we just saw, the woman crying. This is her husband, and so her husband took the stand, and they were asking him about the impact that song that Afroman made about her. Wanted to know the impact of that song on their relationship, and I don't know if this went the way that Homeboy thought it was going to go, because I can't imagine this being something that's going to work well in front of a judge or a jury. Here it is.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of? Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Ask your client. Ask your client.
Okay. I know he did not get up there and say he wasn't sure if his wife fucked Afroman or not.
That's exactly what he said. That's what he said.
It would be a wild plot twist if that's what led to all of this.
He was piping old girl. Oh.
No, I don't. That's
not defame.
That's one of the less. That's one of the least solid people I've ever seen on the stand.
Afroman might be a big wrestling fan. Like, ooh, Greg the Hammer Valentine if it was a female.
All right.
You know what? These people was trying to get some money. They was doing whatever they had to say to try to break Afroman's pockets. And I'm glad it didn't work. You got up there and said, I don't know. I mean,
he didn't say it.
Like, to me, that's where the court.
It's middle school, so
that's where the case was lost to me. If I'm a judge or if I'm a jury in there, I'm not even sure it was a jury. I think it was just a judge. If I'm the judge, and to me, from what I saw, that's one of the closest things to actually potentially being defamatory. If I'm a judge and this guy's sitting up here saying he doesn't know the answer to that question, that's like one of the only fact-based things that they're suing over.
In
The
order
other guy's
to
suing over a hairline of being called a shithead. He's suing over just like non-things you could sue over. That potentially is one. And the husband's sitting up there saying, I don't know. Ask your client.
because it has to be false in order for the charges to stick, right? And he's basically saying that, well, I can't confirm or deny whether or not it's false. So you kind of take away one of the elements of defamation.
Right.
Yeah.
Da, da, da,
They
da.
don't hire the best and brightest in all police forces. Like they train you better at Foot Locker in some states than they do for like to be on the police force.
Well, you know he wasn't smart because he looked like one of the third bushwhackers. I thought he was gonna come walking in like he came walking in like this, but like you saw him. I don't know if you saw the part later on, like right before it was over with. He said the lawyer was like, "So did he have sex with your mom? Because he called you a MFer. Did he have sex with your mom?" And he was like, "My mom's dead." And then he's like, "So I wouldn't know if he had sex with my mom." God! This dude was just, I think that's what you said, Ellie. He was trying to get some money, and he was gonna play whatever victim role he can play to get that bread. And I ain't even mad at that. You already in court, you might as well go for it.
He was completely terrible. Like I know his brain. You know how your hand get numb and you start to have that static feeling. I know his whole brain just feels like that. Like he was slow. Jeez.
It was almost like he started to get angry at like the prospect of that being the case, right? Like he starts to get real tight with the dude. It's like, bro, I'm just asking you, like, this is supposed to be a false thing that he knowingly did, right? And now you getting upset, fantasizing about Afroman and your wife being together. Like,
da, 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 da.
You know it's going to activate the Mark Furman gene in the cop if it already wasn't activated already. Like Negroes in the state that took place in are going to have a very tough time for probably the next couple of years if they still on the force after this. I feel like when you do predatory things like that, you should be kicked off the force because like he's going to be out for justice. No Steven Seagal. Like, you know, moving forward.
Get your ass sued again.
Yeah, come low.
1 second, you know, I want to wrap this segment, but there was I was on the phone with Elle earlier. She said something I thought was really interesting. You know, a lot of people try to play Afroman like he's a joke. You know what I mean? But you know, this is a brilliant guy, and Glasses reinforced that earlier when he's talking about, you know, his brilliance in marketing. And Elle, she said, I kind of look at him as our Weird Al Yankovic.
Absolutely.
And I thought that was an amazing way to frame someone that I think we should probably show a lot more love and support towards outside of his incredible undefeated media appearances. Anything else on Afroman before we move on to this next section?
Shout out to the West Coast. Weird Al Yankovic and Afroman.
There it is. 9-second applause to you all. Everyone asks me, how do I know how many seconds it is? I don't. It's a feel thing, you know? Like you just press the button and then it makes a sound and you take your finger off. That's when the sound stops. So sometimes it's like, hey, that just did that on its own, you know? And so in my head, I'm counting the seconds in my head, but the point is the declarative statement on how many seconds it is. You know what I'm saying? 9 seconds, right? It doesn't have to be 9 seconds.
Anything less than 2 sound like you frying bacon.
That's funny. All right, so we have a new segment that we're doing over here. It's called React to This, and we did this last week, so we're going to bring it back this week. And so the premise is I bring up a meme, a post, something from the internet, and we all react to it. So it's open floor. We're going to start with this one right here. It says, "This is what marriage is actually like." Now pay attention to this man right here. No need for the sound. He's giving his wife an orange. She doesn't like it, so he puts it back. So when you watch him again, he takes the orange out the bag that she put in there. She puts it back. She grabs another one. He takes another one out the bag, and he gives it back to her, and then she gives it back. And then so he says, fine, I take another one out the bag. She looks at it, and now she doesn't like it. I'm not married, but is this what marriage looks like? Open floor.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I've been knowing my wife since override middle school, 13 years old. You know, we've been married now for 12 years, coming up on 12 years next month. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. You be like, I'm gonna go left, and they gonna be like, huh? Like you said, go left last time. So yeah, that's about what it is if you've been with somebody for long enough. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it's when you're married to the wrong one. That might be the result. I don't live in your house. I don't know what's going on, but like in that situation, that brother in that video, he gonna cheat, or he gonna get an unusual amount of massages in a given 30-day time span. You know what I mean? Just to escape, or be that like the guy that was. I don't know if you saw the video with the guy who was like sleeping in his car in front of his house, and his girl came was like, "Why are you sleeping in the car?" And he's like, "I needed peace," and I felt that.
I didn't see that one. I didn't see that one. I did read stories about Deshaun Watson's recovery regimen, and so perhaps this guy here is on that path.
I'm about to Google that.
Like she just already decided he just generally don't know anything about picking produce. So the fact that he gave it to her means something must be wrong with it. But that show you can't just you gotta actually know, because it's like, well, you don't know shit about picking it either, because you're acting like you fake squeezing it, but obviously you're not actually doing shit. So she's stunning on him for no reason.
I will say, guys, we are classically bad at picking out produce, man. Like, yo, man, like, because I'll go to Costco and I'll get a whole big old bag of apples, oranges, whatever, man. And I'll look at the bag I expect it, man. And she'll spot that one that got a bruise on it. But how you know I didn't drop that on the way in the house, or if it fell in, like I really be checking, but women, y'all just pay a lot more attention to details than we do. We really
I was gonna say, it's almost like sometimes my partner will be like, I can't find it, and I go right in the room and I'm like, it's literally right here. That is like in that same vein of like, maybe she's just like, in the past you gave me some rotted ass fucking oranges, and so I'm never gonna trust your picker.
His goodwill was so low, she knew better.
Right.
All right, move on to the next one real quick. All right, react to this one. All right, check this out.
So you can get that motherfucker to work?
Oh, I saw this. Send him to MIT immediately. Fire.
Get the fuck out of here.
Look at it one more time.
You can get that motherfucker to work?
You see the color coming back?
I'm sorry.
Get the fuck out of here.
Now it's taking applause to homeboy just because.
Y'all the homeboy?
It was a woman that time.
Oh, it was a woman.
That makes sense to be a woman.
The caption said bro. So
no,
the caption said bro. I went by the caption.
Well, I don't want to say I missed the days. Let me check myself, because I have too many electronics. But there was a time where you kind of had to be a tech to make all of your shit work. Like, remember when you had them stacks? Like your music tower had all of these different things, and it was like different ways you had to plug up the audio, or even back in the day to the antenna. Like, I was a specialist at getting the antenna in the right place so that the TV worked. So I don't want to say I miss it, because Lord, please don't let none of my shit stop working where I gotta fiddle with it.
That's not, my house was like that too. Like you had the tape player, the CD player, the record player, and you had the console, the extra speakers over here, the extra speakers over here, the TV. It took a whole team to wire a whole house in order to get things.
Yeah, remember the cassettes? Remember when something would go wrong and the strip would get tangled and it'd be like heart surgery? Like, hold the fuck on. Right here, and let me get a pencil and wind it back, and then you'll see kind of crooked. Be like, come on, film, you can make it. So yeah, we used to use like tactile skills in order to keep all our shit running. I don't know.
Have any of y'all tried to repair a cassette in the last 5 to 10 years?
No, but I think I still got it.
Yeah, well, I'm rooting for you, sis, because I had a few tapes pop, and like, yo, man, my eyes ain't my eyes no more. Like I can't believe this shit happening to me. Like you know, I used to be the Doogie Howser of repairing cassette tapes. Like I used to take pride in this shit. Sometimes for fun, I would change the case, and nothing was wrong with the tape. It's like nah, I want this shit to look like the Compton's Most Wanted blue tape. I'm gonna put it.
I had a friend that used to do that,
and man, I can't do it now. Like I'm gonna have to send it out.
Yeah.
Also, applause. All right, we'll move on. Let's move on to this.
Nothing has buttons anymore. I hate it. It's all screens.
I know, that's annoying. I miss
next
buttons.
one. We got this one says SOS by SZA becomes the first album in history to surpass 70 million RIAA single units.
The first album in history of all albums?
That's what it says. That is what it is.
Wow.
70 million RIAA single units.
Man, sometimes you just
7 times diamond.
What the hell?
Sometimes we just do the work and go home. Like people love you more. You know, like there's some people who are outside all the time and they still don't achieve these heights. Like, you know, she's not overexposed. She do just enough. And I think she's also a mermaid because I feel like a lot of those songs she's singing directly to me.
What does single? Me too. Or I'm singing it. I don't know. What does single units mean? What is single units doing in this sentence?
Like single.
Then why does
I
it
think
say
they're saying she's 7 times diamond. I'm not sure if that's correct.
SZA becomes the first album in history to surpass 70 million single unit. Oh, maybe all of the singles on this album equals 70 million, and it's the first album.
Oh, that's an album. Oh,
right.
Yeah.
That's the rest of the album.
Yeah.
I hate the new industry math.
Yeah, that's one of them things. That's like a LeBron stat. Shout out to the home girl. Shout out to home team though.
That's
I don't know. I
right.
think it's that this album has produced singles that have garnered the most units. It's a little.
It's looking like it's. I'm looking at it. It's like 4 songs that have over 1 billion streams.
Damn.
Yeah, I know Snooze probably is one of those that went insane. That I feel like that's gonna age really well too. Like,
Oh, then Kill Bill has 3 billion streams. Yeah, I see. You're right, L. It's the total. That's a very odd number. I guess.
But it's
I guess they're saying this is how many different songs where everybody played on SOS. I guess it's the first time. It's like a LeBron stat, so you just kind of got to get used to it. The next one will make sense. This one, you know, we just shout out to the home team.
But damn, I wonder how many single unit does Thriller have?
Well, remember they didn't sell them all separately.
Right.
So today it's different today because now you can stream each individual song, and then that means you can search each individual song versus Thriller, the singles that were for sale.
And there's also a shorter track list too on Thriller, whereas like, you know, SOS has like a double-digit amount of songs because the Thriller clocked in at like what, like maybe at most like 10 or 11, 9?
9.
Got you. Yeah. So
somewhere like there.
and I think isn't Lana the deluxe to SOS? I wonder if that's like she basically dropped like a whole other kind of project attached to this one too.
That says a lot. If it's 70 million units, that's saying that you have a lot of songs that's doing really well independently. So it's not fair to compare let's say like Thriller because it's different, but this is new history. You know what I mean? Like I said, it's new history. So that's dope.
Yeah, because sometimes when I hear of all time, I think of all time of all music, but they mean of all time since we've started counting this way. Basically.
Well, I guess they're saying like because you could, in theory, like Michael Jackson, you could buy 7 different singles. Right, but you couldn't buy 9 singles. 9, if it's 9 records on the album, you could buy 7 versus hers where you could buy each individual. I mean, it's still a mind. That's a big accomplishment. That means she had a lot of successful songs from that album that people really listen to. Must be a really good album. I gotta play it.
It's really classic. Good. It's really good. SZA also was able to see her perform a lot of this the GNX tour. She was phenomenal. I mean, she's just one of our great talents, especially with the pen. Like her pen game is crazy.
Amen, then, because I'm gonna jam it. I'm gonna check it. It might make it to the card now. The way y'all talking about it.
Yo, man, I can't stress it. I don't ride around listening to a lot of R&B, but there's something about SZA and I don't know, her approach to writing is relatable no matter who you are and where you're at in life, and it just feels so personal. Like she's telling you your story, like you're involved in the story, man, and it pulls you in. And also on that GNX tour, my seats were so bad, and I still enjoyed her part of the performance. I had to zoom in on my phone real good.
Same. I was so high up, but shit, I was standing the whole time. I enjoyed myself.
I can't do it. I can't do bad seats anymore. I'll never, ever, ever do it again.
I didn't buy them on purpose. It was a surprise when I got there. It's like, you should have wrote an obstructed view on this fucking thing. I got Ticketmaster to this moment.
Oh no.
Me too.
Okay, it wasn't that bad.
I was blind all this time and laughing, and they was like the privilege combo. They were sitting back, ha ha ha, they crazy, they paid. It was crazy.
Oh man, don't get me started on that.
Ticketmaster been cooking us for years on purpose. Busters.
You used to be able to go see Michael Jackson for $30.
What?
And this is during the Thriller album, and it's not because adjusted for inflation. It's just once Ticketmaster got involved with, and I don't want to get your channel demonetized. I don't want to talk about the other criminal organization that worked with them, but the once they got involved and started tacking on all these extra fees, anytime I get the opportunity to buy my ticket so far in advance that mailing it to me is mail me my shit. I want all of the perks for these fees that I am paying. You're sending me a text. There is no service fee here. I want an envelope and a mailbox that I get to go pick my tickets up in. It's I have a physical copy because you're getting charged the same price anyway.
Yeah, and the government just let them and Jive Nation stay together last week, but that's why I only go to shows at Blue Note and the Hollywood Bowl. Outside of that, y'all can have the rest.
Those are the only two that are not tied in with
Hollywood Bowl. I've been a member there. I just go directly to them, and Blue Note, I just go. I go other smaller venues, but if I can avoid the Ticketmaster / Live Nation places, I go to see the people when they're not in that ecosystem. It's hard now, but especially Hollywood Bowl, you can be good all summer at Hollywood Bowl.
Do the city or county? I think the city or county owns Hollywood Bowl.
Yeah, it's a county. It's a county facility run by the. It's a county facility, and they recently started putting Live Nation. They'll buy out certain shows, but Hollywood Bowl, you can bring your own liquor. Get your box, bring your own liquor and evereverything. Man,
and that's my dream venue to perform at, man.
I knew it was something special. I ride past it all the time, but I haven't made it there yet.
You gotta check it out. Fantastic.
Especially that Roots Picnic coming up.
Yeah, definitely. Next one, react to this. Looking for my buttons again. Okay, here we go. I just think this one is too funny, so react to this.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna be able to come in today. They're running tests right now. We're doing an IV, and I will let y'all know what's going on with me once I leave the hospital. Yeah, I'm at the hospital.
Oh man,
I feel like that's a pro tip. I feel like that was a pro tip.
High level.
High level. That's high level.
And the way my little spectrum brain work, I'm gonna be right on beat too. Oh, yeah. Cook that. I cook that in my sleep.
Oh,
that's
God.
Tier right there.
That was fire.
I love that.
That's that ingenuity. One thing, man, I'm telling you.
Black folk be figuring it out.
People.
All right. We got two more react to this. Here's the first one. Jay-Z has announced a series of shows. And so Jay-Z will be at the Roots Picnic, and then he's doing 2 nights at Yankee Stadium. One night he's doing Reasonable Doubt to celebrate that anniversary. And another night he is doing The Blueprint to celebrate that anniversary. Reactions.
Audience, I need to go to every single event. Help me. Help me. I'm going to everything. Have y'all ever seen Jay-Z perform?
Yeah.
Yo, he's not like super duper doing hella shit perform, but the type of energy that Jay-Z can curate in a space Man, somebody called them tax season tyrants. They know what the hell they're doing. They know when it's time to drop them. I will be in the building. I mean, never change.
Yeah. I mean, unlimited bops.
I'm trying to go to both days. And I feel like to be honest, and I know people gonna be like, oh, El Janelle, you like Jay-Z. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Formative years, some of my favorite shit. I need to figure out how can I afford to be in Yankee Stadium 2 days in the row. It does not seem like I can afford that. I don't feel like I can afford that.
If you find a crawl space to post up in as the show concludes,
I just hide in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of
take a sleeping bag. No.
Yeah.
Camp out.
No facts. That might it's gonna be hot as shit though in that little cubby hole.
Little electrical closet, you know what I'm saying, that nobody checks on, you know what I mean? Like, or where they put the pretzels that they resell the next day. You got options.
We got to make it our business to get L to both of those concerts.
All
As a
trio.
community. Shout out to the Culture United. We as a community need to make sure L is there for both of those concerts at Yankee Stadium. And that needs to be our thing that we do together. Collectively. So whoever wants to start the GoFundMe, we can start getting it together, and pricing it, and then boom, we can make sure L is there. This is serious business.
This matters.
Okay. That dollar sign in front of your name, that is the appropriate hashtag, yeah.
No, we need to get a GoFundMe, a whole campaign, get L to Yankee
all
Stadium.
the Jay-Z shit. Call your friends. Everything this year. Do you know how long you have to wait to see Jay-Z perform? And this is another thing, so I can stop begging. I was watching an interview. I think Black Thought was he talking to Elliot? I can't remember who Black Thought was talking to, but he was talking about how he was supposed to be like the hype man for Jay-Z's Unplugged. And they was gonna have like a little cipher. Did you see that, Justin? Dang, I wish I would have sent you the clip. He was supposed to be like the hype man in the background, and they was gonna do a cipher like towards the end of Unplugged, and they ended up cutting that part. And Black Thought was like, well, if I'm not gonna be able to rap, then I'm gonna just chill. And so he declined being like the go person because he wasn't gonna be able to rap in the end. So this is him performing with the Roots at the Roots picnic is gonna be the first time that Jay and Black Thought and the Roots performing like the last, like it's been like 10 years or something like that. Wow. Shit's gonna be fire.
Black Thought, like I love watching. I go to the Roots picnic every year at the Hollywood Bowl, and he go up there when he rap everybody, whatever rapper is not there, whatever other 16 is missing. Black Thought is gonna rap it sounding just like them in their cadence, what they feeling. And that Roots pit, like last year, it was like Goody Mob, Quick, Warren G. I mean, it was Mob Deep, and whoever wasn't there, man, Black Thought, that Roots picnic one, I think that one is gonna be special. Outside of that, you know how I feel about Jay-Z, brother. So I'm gonna back out the rest of it.
Go ahead and share your feelings.
But no, I don't think Jay-Z's a bad performer, but that's King Live Nation right there. You know what I mean? We talk about this Live Nation monopoly. There you go. And Jay-Z, it's other reasons why I don't really rock with Jay-Z musically. All of the lines and everything that I pick up on that he did. And I've been to his shows. I went to the 444 tour. It was a good show. You know what I mean? It wasn't a bad show at all. But yeah, I'll pass on the rest of it.
My favorite thing about Jay-Z shows is that out of all this, I mean, I've been to countless shows at this point in time. I've been to maybe 5 or 6 different Jay-Z shows. 5 of them probably. He spent more time holding the microphone to the audience and letting all of us rap at him. And it was like the best part of the show. Like just being in an arena with tens of thousands of people, and everyone knows the words to Big Pimpin'. Everyone knows the words to Never Change. Everyone knows the words to Take Over. Back to back as he's going through his hits. Never been to another show by any other artist who has been able to replicate that, even with B-sides. You know what I'm saying? It's a very, very unique experience going to Jay-Z show.
No, rappers, when they get in a Frankie Beverly era, it hits different because we're really passionate. You know what I'm saying? Because like when Frankie Beverly be like, before I let you, and then have you do the go part, the rap audience is just a little bit more fanatical than the typical, because still young at heart. And I always tell people, man, go see your favorites before the warranty on their knees go out. I got a chance to see Jay-Z in his first original shows when Dame Dash was his hype man. This is at the Rap Sheet music conference in like 95, 96. And just to see him to go from that, like, and he was the worst on the bill. I think he opened up for OGC and Cuddy ranks. And to see him go for that to being the guy that he is now, selling out arenas and tours, the audience knows the lyrics just as much as he does. It's just crazy to see that dynamic. So by all means, let's get El Janelle to the daggone Jay-Z show. Stadium. Picnic.
And I do want to say one more thing, Justin. You right about that energy. You know where I saw the closest? The pop out. The energy in the pop out was the closest I've ever seen to the way Jay-Z can make the whole audience just, because everybody turns into Jay-Z. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
So closest I've ever seen was the pop out.
That was a good call too. And the thing with the pop out that was really impressive was when he opened the show with Euphoria, and the whole forum knew the whole Euphoria word for word. Everybody go. If anybody who wasn't there in that venue, go watch the pop out on Amazon. Go watch it on YouTube, wherever you can. The whole stadium knew a pretty complicated rap song that had just came out a month earlier. Word for word. 6 minute song, rapping the whole thing.
Like if you looked around you, everybody was rapping so hard. Like nobody was trying to be cute. Nothing. People was rapping like they were in the beef. It was one of the most fun concerts I have ever been to. And Jay does the thing. I can't fucking wait. I can't
wait. Up. And we have one more react to this, and then we move on to our next segment after that, which would be how many classics, right? And so I thought this was actually really good. I was actually pretty impressed when I saw this. And so New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani shared his personal list of top 5 rappers ever. And he picked Nas, Lupe Fiasco, Jay-Z, Common, and Biggie.
Woo, ball knowledge. That boy got some taste. Y'all see the gold in there. Y'all know I'm first and 15, so of course I was excited when he said Lupe Fiasco. But I think he's been a long time fan. He's tweeted about Lupe a lot, but I mean, New York and Chicago really influenced the mayor, boy. Look at that. I was happy with his it was interesting how this video went kind of viral too. Like it started kind of small, kind of quiet. I can't remember the guy's name who asked him that, but he is just so excited that he's made it to so many platforms with his interview, because I think he was like scared to ask the question. And you did it, homie.
We'll say applause.
Yeah, I love this from Zohran. I know he used to be Mr. Cardamom when he was rapping back in his days. And he's kind of centered. I feel like I saw like the Jadakiss shout out when he was like I think that was like his inauguration speech or one of those speeches, his victory speeches. So it's interesting to see how, tapped it. Who somebody brought him backstage. Somebody brought him backstage too. Was it Wu-Tang? I don't know who it was, but it's been interesting to kind of see him weave in and out and bring hip hop into that arena. I mean, I feel like the only other like public figure that does that is Obama, like putting out his little playlists and stuff like that too. So this was cool.
Yeah, the real question is he a Common fan or a Common Sense fan?
That's deep. That's deep right
It's
there.
kind of a paradigm shift. Like, are we talking, Take It Easy, Resurrection album?
Right. We talking about communism?
Yeah.
I'm on calm shit. Watch get complicated.
Simple motherfuckers say that way, the calm communicated.
Right.
Or is he more like?
Thank you for picking that one up. 1 second applause. I need somebody.
Man, it takes a nation.
No one else jumped in.
It takes a nation. It might be a post-knit hat Common fan.
I might be a little bit different when it comes to this. I'm not impressed. Although I like the people on the list, man, you the mayor. Where's the resources going? I don't give a damn about your top 5. It seems like every time they talk to black people, they talk to us about hip hop and dancing and cutting the jig. But when it comes time to distributing wealth resources, they get real quiet. And I'm just tired of that when it comes to politicians. Like here in California, I know Newsom can sometimes get a little hip hoppy, you know. And I'm part of the California Reparations Task at CJAC. I work with CJAC that's putting together reparations packages, and we're working on some stuff for musicians right now. You know, Newsom was hip hop. But when that bill came to his desk, he was like, yeah, nah, I'm good. We ain't gonna sign that. So I don't care about Obama's list. I don't care about Mandami's list. I don't care about nobody's list. Where the resources going, homie?
Oh, wait, let me be clear, even though I agree with this in general. This was at an event that was about distributing resources. I went and clipped this up. The clips that you see on all these people platforms, I edited this clip. I cut out all that shit and I just put top 5 rappers in it. I just because I don't want it to be on him. I cut it out. I was like, that's dude. With the rap shit in there. Like that same video that you see, I edited that video and put it on our page, and then the blogs picked it up from the 1st and 15th page. So I did it. So I'm sorry, but he was actually there talking about I think it was about, maybe I hate it because I'm not from New York. I'm like, he turning something to 5% taxes. I don't know, nigga, get to the hip hop. So it was me. It was actually
it was your fault.
Created the propaganda.
And also,
tomato.
You know, we got to get the money in. We got to talk about how the money resources go distributed. You just marginalizing the. I'm joking.
I was like, but he did. And so I just want to be.
He was putting something together too, where either. It gets jumbled in my brain. Either he was trying to stop the hotels from having these predatory fees for people, like, you know, renting, and then some also like a component to make childcare more affordable. So it sounds like he's trying to do the work. You know, it's just up to the people around him that are either going to try to stiff arm it from happening. Because like people come in with the ideas every day, but what you don't see is the people on the other side of the table making things difficult for people getting it done, man. Like, and that's why we need to lose a war.
Especially Eric Adams, who came before him and made it a mess. But I don't know if what he was talking about was suspending the tax lien sale, and I know that's like disproportionately impacts like Black homeowners. So, and I think he secured the universal child care thing, but I don't know. We still got to hold these politicians' feet to the fire, especially when they try to leverage pop culture to connect with us in a way to kind of distract from that, which I feel like Obama.
Hot sauce in the bag. Hot sauce in the bag.
Yeah. Put the policies in the bag, nigga. Like, you know, but
put the policies in the bag.
I'm like, y'all did not want our hot sauce in your bag. I couldn't.
That was so great. That was like one of the best things I saw. I said, "Oh, she really." Man, I'm telling you, it's all Jack Harlow.
It's all Jack Harlow. 1 second of applause.
Oh, go ahead.
1 second of applause.
I kind of imagine like maybe she saw Beyonce say that, and she was like, got hot sauce in my bag too. Like, did she?
Hey,
like, oh shit.
That's like the white man who was rapping, and he was like, "We put hot sauce on our pork chop sandwiches." I'm like, nigga, everybody put hot sauce on their pork chop sandwiches. Nigga. Like, you didn't. That's not a Southern. Like, we all do that. And people was like, he's invited to the cookout. I'm like, just because he put hot sauce on his fucking pork chop sandwich, nothing deep, huh? Just hot sauce. Everybody put hot sauce on a pork chop sandwich.
Yep, I could not believe it.
They was sending it to me. They was like, "Glasses, you don't like this one?" And I'm like, nigga.
Oh shit! All the fun started. Carla sent me something for the Jay-Z tickets. Let's go, Carla. We on our way.
That's why we said we need you to set up L's GoFundMe. I'm begging for her. We're going to get her to, I can't say the Roots, but for sure we're going to get her to the Yankee Stadium for both of them concerts.
Which one's cheaper?
Well, she's in California right now.
I think the Yankee Stadium is going to be the worst. It's going to be the easiest because it's that many tickets.
Okay, yeah.
That one comes with a flight.
Yeah.
So we got to get.
If you're flying to Newark, you kind of like.
See, you heard what she said?
I'll get the flight. Don't even trip. I just have to get it because the tickets
are.
Put her
up. We got to put her up. We got to put her in the Uber, and then we got to get her tickets, and then she got to be able to drink a little something.
I got all that. I got to get in. All I need. Don't even trip. I don't care if it's in India. I will get there. But because I think those tickets are going to, them tickets going to sell out. The bots are going to get those tickets immediately because they haven't released them yet, right? The Yankees.
It was just announced today, so I doubt they released them.
The moment they open that, them shit's going to be gone.
I don't think I've seen him do a whole concert in the new hair, you know?
In the new hair.
New hair is fine.
He hasn't.
In the hair.
I don't think
like he'll jump out, do like a verse. He did a verse on a Beyonce show, but like I haven't seen him do a whole 45 in the Basquiat.
Because you have like even right now when I wear this ponytail, it affects the nods like a.
That's funny. 1 second applause. All right, let's move on to our next section. The next one, with that in mind, is called How Many Classics? Now, this is something we tried out last week with a couple of artists. We're going to do the same this week. And so for people who aren't familiar with how this goes, I put a picture of an artist on the screen, and then we debate how many classics this artist has, okay? And so we're going to start off today with where is that? There it is.
Do y'all know what started this classic talk? Like, I don't know what happened, but
hip hop history. Everybody. No, I think it probably went viral off of a certain blog or from a conversation. But here it is. Let's see. How can I see it on the screen? Okay. Okay, we'll just do it again.
I think this was math conversation, math with Rory and Maul this time around.
Kicked it back off. Oh, the coat.
How many classics? Open floor. This is Lupe Fiasco, by the way. For people who are just listening and not watching, this is Lupe Fiasco on the screen. How many classics does Lupe Fiasco have?
Songs or albums?
Albums.
You know, he operates in such a space, right, where the albums are classic to you, depending on what phase you are in life right now. Like there's some people who are like Tetsuo and Youth people and like, oh, that's my album. There's some people who are like The Cool is my album. He did a whole album about cancer. Like to somebody going through a thing, that's their album. So I mean, easily for me personally, I will give him, I'll give him 3 classic albums for me personally.
And what's your definition of classic?
High replay value. It still means the same thing that it meant to me at the time that I first heard it. You know, because like sometimes music could be like a time machine for you, put you back in a headspace, help you get back on that grind, help you get hungry again. I know a lot of people use music in the gym, you know what I'm saying, to stay motivated in that regard. And The Cool and to some degree Lasers, because like my life was going up when that album came out. It puts me in that time like, oh wow, it's first time going to Vegas, you know, type vibe. So that puts me in a classic moment. But here I am later on in life, being more introspective. So actually I got to bump it up to 4 because Tetsuo and Youth, I was giving it a run when I was just like, you know, long road trips. And then on the strength of the fact that I play Undisputed a lot on PlayStation 5, yo, I got very intimate with that Samurai album, like the joints of my pops. Like, and yo, man, dude's surgical, man. Surgical. Cloudy Degree said The Lasers is his worst album. Come on. However, all right. The show, like, listen, like it may not have been his most lyrical work, but during that point in time in my life, like we were playing those songs on the radio. Superstar was on Lasers, yeah?
No,
is that what
Show Goes On? Show Goes On is on Lasers.
Show Goes On. That's the song I'm thinking about. But that and the albums that had that on there, like yo, they got a heavy run.
So you're saying the Cool, Lasers, and Tetsuo and Youth.
Yep.
Is that
and the Samurai.
And Samurai. Word up. 1 second applause. What do you think, G?
I'm not the one. That's my man. That's my boy. You know what I mean?
You don't have an opinion on how many classics your boy has?
Nah, I'm listening to y'all. That's my guy. Feel me?
Dwan, what do you think?
I'm gonna get out of this one. I like Lupe, but I never really dove into him like that. You know, he just wasn't my style. I like lyrically is my style, but production wise, I'm into something a little bit different. So I'm not the one to ask that question to, because I want to be fair to those who are into it.
Okay. What do you think, BK?
Yeah, I feel the same way, but I do like obviously Food and Liquor, a lot of stuff on there, and then Tetsu and Youth. I found that one in college. Actually, this guy who I'll never forget. It was a bro who was like growing a garden, and he had like natural deodorant and shit, like, you know. And it was like, yeah, you trying to roll up and like, you know, hear this album. And I heard Dots and Lines, and I was like, holy shit. So that album kind of defined, it was like my sophomore year of college for me. But in terms of like listening to his, like to be able to call something a classic, I don't feel like I got that, you know, I'm not that deep to say that, but Tetsu and Youth made an impact on me in college for sure. Formative stuff.
Word up. One second applause. Elle, what do you say?
I think he has 3 universal classics. Of course, Food and Liquor, of course, The Cool, of course, Tetsuo and Youth. But to me, personally, I think Food and Liquor 2 is probably one of the greatest conscious rap albums. And I also kind of think that about Lasers. I think that's the reason why people don't like Lasers, because it's very you could tell that he was trying to get a point across, but then it's also the frustration of the label trying to make it sound a different way. And although I know that he has like some feelings about that album, I think Lasers is actually a really good album. This year made 15 years. We just celebrated it like last week. But I also think Drill Music in Zion and Samurai are classics. I just don't know which modifier. It might be like a genre classic or a, because he does this interesting thing where he's not just trying to create the most popular music for the time. He's trying to reach out and do something different. So even like a concept album, to do Samurai, he basically imagined a whole story of a person being like touched by a magical rap genie or something like that, and it teaches them how to rap, and then they go through the ups and downs. So it's like the fun of getting your first rap cipher, demolishing a nigga, getting popular, realizing it's hella fake, and then coming back to your original self. That whole story is told in Samurai. So I don't know. I think he's a master at concept albums, but I think universally it's 3. But to me, I would say like 5, 6.
Did I ever tell you the story of how I know Lupe?
No.
Justin?
I don't know how it happened.
So when I first was coming out, and I was just like this Crip from Watts, like just everybody heard about me as this D-boy and this gang member. So people kind of didn't really, the streets gave my music a chance more than the industry. A friend of mine's got a CD to a guy named Chill in Chicago. And Chill and Lupe were both coming up, and they just loved the CD. And they reached out to me and told me how much they love the CD. And they passed the CD to Jay-Z. That's how Jay-Z tried to sign me. Lupe and Chill gave Jay-Z my CD.
That's crazy.
That's dope.
That's crazy. That's really
I'm
dope.
on Tetsuo and Youth, obviously. Shouts me out on Food and Liquor. So I'm probably not the person to have. I'm going to have a biased opinion when it comes to Lupe. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's how I know Lupe.
That's fire.
1 second applause. I'm gonna say Lupe has 2 universal classics. For Food and Liquor and The Cool. And again, a classic to me is different than a perfect album or different than a masterpiece. Right? There's a level of impact that for me to think about something as being a classic, it needs to have across the entire diaspora of hip hop or whatever, or across the culture, however you want to describe it. Those 2 albums are undeniable. You can't tell the story of hip hop without talking about those 2 albums, right? And I look at Tetsuo and Youth as a masterpiece. Now, I think from a masterpiece standpoint, because the album is so beautiful, it has impacted a lot of different people. The things he was doing on there, conceptually, you know, the forwards to backwards album, the difference. Each quarter of the album represents a different season. So sonically, spring sounds like spring, fall sounds like fall, winter sounds like winter, summer sounds like summer, right? That album, even from a production standpoint, I think he was more adventurous in a lot of ways while hitting me in a more soulful way than I was used to across majority of his projects, right? To me, that's a perfect project. And it's close to being a universal classic off of the strength of Mural. That 9-minute song in the beginning, like that is one of the defining lyrical exhibitions in the whole history of hip hop. You know, that song is referenced by everybody's favorite MCs all the time. You know what I mean? I think that the impact it had from a universal standpoint is a little bit less than Food, Liquor, and the Cool, given just where Lou was in his career at that point in time. But the fact that Anonymous, the internet's Batman, is part of how that story got released is a classic moment in its own. So I think I just talked myself into 3 classics. 1 second applause. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next one right here. Let's see what we got.
And just for this moment, we know Food and Liquor is doing a 20th anniversary tour. Most of the dates are sold out, but you might want to check to see if your dates are available in your city.
All right, so we're gonna go
next.
We're gonna go with this one, Wheezy. Open floor. How many classics?
Okay, I'm still gonna be biased, obviously. Everybody outside. This person is probably one of the most specific people to how I evolved as an MC. Carter 1.
That's a classic.
Yeah.
Good word.
I agree.
I'm comfortable with saying that.
Yep.
Now y'all could choose everything else, but I think the Carter 1, the last album he did with Manny.
I mean, I got 1 and 2 for sure for me. But I'm also thinking about that modifier thing Elle was talking about last week of like, is it the generational, regional, universal, like which, you know, but I would go 1 and 2 for sure right now.
Word up.
That's stamped. I also like Sorry for the Wait, but
You know what's crazy? As I'm looking at 2, I may have to agree. I originally was just gonna say 1 because I feel like he lost me after 1. I kind of want to say The Block is Hot too, but I don't know if we're including that because I think The Block is Hot was fire. I know a lot of people be like, did nobody want to hear that? Maybe because I was young, I knew all the words. I used to actually go to
fire.
Hot. I still know all the words. So actually, fuck it. I'm gonna go 3. Y'all can't beat me up.
3 classics for Wheezy.
I'm going Block is Hot, Carter 1, Carter 2. I'm going 3. How about that?
Okay.
I'm thinking I should have answered the other one because I like Lupe a hell of a lot more than I like Wayne. Because you know, Wayne, I would say for the general population, I would say it's fair to say he has 1 or 2. I wouldn't argue. Me personally, none. I don't like the direction music turned around the time that he got pushed up and what happened in the environment of music at that time. I just thought that hip hop started to go in a different direction that got us to where we are now with Drake and these jackasses that are out there now. And I think that Wayne had a lot to do with not him personally, but just that era of just overall the environment of rap at that time. I just think that it really went to dog shit during that era. And he made some good stuff for that era and all, but for the culture, 1 or 2 classics. For me, none. Like he got a specific part of my book when I'm talking about my history of music, but I'll say that for later.
You want to give us a preview?
Yeah, I talk about the book that I'm writing right now is I've been writing it for about 1.5 years. It's 200. This is the 250-year anniversary of the United States. So I'm writing the 250-year anniversary of Black music, starting in 1776 with Barzini Lou, through 1800 with James Hemingway, 1830, and I'm getting us how we got to here. And when it comes to hip hop, you know, I talk a lot about that golden age, like we talked about last year, 88 to 94, and then the progressive decline that happened really from about 98 on down. And when Wayne came through, that's when you got a lot of very dope lyrics, very great wordplay, awesome music talking about not a motherfucking thing. And so I think that's, you know, for me, when it comes to Wayne, I hear great lyricism that really ain't talking about shit. And that's which to me, one of the core elements of hip hop was always the knowledge. And when it comes, and I always judge people on the knowledge. Party songs, you can have your drug songs, party songs, you can have all that. But when basically when the knowledge ain't there and it's just bobbing my head, now I'm just looking at some fluff and puff, in my opinion. But if other people like it, that's cool because it's catchy. It's catchy and it's put together well.
Let us know when your book drops too, because I'm definitely trying to get into that, get involved with that. Word to Ryan Coogler.
That sounds dope.
Head crack, what do you think?
I could put together a classic playlist for Lil Wayne as opposed to leaning on a particular album because, like, man, listen, to say that it hasn't been times where Wayne has barred people the fuck up, like, is crazy talk, right? Because I used to have arguments with my friends, like when I'd be like, yo, like Lil Wayne is going crazy right now, and they're like, no, and I'm like, are you listening to what he's saying? But every time I try to dive into an entire album, maybe give or take like the Carter 1 or 2, you kind of lose interest around because the subject matter is kind of limited, right? But when you take these isolated incidents, when he's focused and in mixtape mode or like has to prove that he's better than the other people on the song that he's with, he be going crazy. Like he has to beat up the school bully on his first day in front of everybody so they know what time and day it is. And that when he has that level of hunger going on, like that's when I really lock in. Because there was a pocket of time where he was killing every remix he was on. And then I was excited to listen to the last album that he dropped, and I still haven't finished my homework.
That album was terrible. It was craptastic, whacktastic. I was disappointed. My feelings were legitimately hurt when I was listening to the Carter 6. First of all, I called it the Carter 6. That was messed up. That's false advertising. That wasn't the Carter 6. That was like the barter 6. It's worse than the barter 6. You know what I mean? And then two, I'm with Dwan, because one of my biggest limitations with Wayne is narrow. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, one of my most consistent limitations with artists that I have a lot of critiques for is how narrow they are. Meaning, I'm big on the knowledge aspect of hip hop. I think this is prime time right now for anybody who has anything to say that connects with real human beings and the situations and experiences they're having. Absolutely. Right now, whoever can do that the best is going to win big. Mm-hmm. Because there's real things going on in the world in all kinds of directions. You don't even have to point to one thing, and it's global right now. Whoever comes in right now with something of substance, something real, something that like connects with the feeling and frustration that so many people feel for one reason or another, going to win huge right now. And I look at the time Wayne was in, and it was similar. It was similar, but not the same, right? You're looking at a time where we're in two wars, where there ended up being quagmires to both of them. You know, Wayne, in 2008, everybody loses their house. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? We had people stuck in the Superdome, which to me was one of the Wayne's best moments ever. Georgia Bush, Hollywood divorce, that time period for Wayne, that is when I thought, oh, shoot, Wayne's arrived.
Same thing.
And I thought when the Carter 3 dropped, it was going to be a lot more of that. But it wasn't. The last song on there did that as, out of a requirement, I think. But then we got a lot of incoherent raps on the Carter 3 where he's talking about how he's a Martian from Planet Wheezy. Like, I never thought about intergalactic immigration that way. You know what I'm saying? Because clearly he ain't from his own planet, right? And so all that goes right back into the narrow moments. He is amazing at bathroom metaphors. If I need a funny way to think about toilet tissue or abortions or chlamydia or whatever, I know Wheezy's my man. He is great. One of the things I love about the Carter 3 a whole lot is the concepts are actually pretty good. Dr. Carter is like something just really interesting in general, even though it's still in the same sort of Mac mode direction, right? For me, that Carter 2 or that Georgia Bush Hollywood divorce shooter run, that everything in that window is the strongest Wayne. And so to me, also given the impact that it did have, I look at the Carter 2 as the classic. I think you have to give Carter 3 a classic because of the broader impact that it had. But Carter 2 to me, when he made that song Shooter, and he was talking about to the radio stations, I'm tired of being flagrant, stop being rapper, racist, region haters, spectators, dictators, behind doors dictators, it's outrageous. You don't know how sick you make us. I want to throw up like chips in Vegas, but this is Southern, face it. If we too simple, then y'all don't get the basics. Like that to me is up there with Andre 3000, South got something to say. Mm-hmm. That's all I gotta say. Moment. And I thought that was going to be the Wayne that we were going to get more forward, and we didn't. we got someone who became more and more scattered, in my opinion, more and more narrow. And so I look at the Carter 2 as a classic based on that.
You
But
know,
I
want
feel
to
like
ask
Cash
something.
Money.
Yeah, I
go
wanted to ask something. You know, and it might sound a little crazy because obviously I was signed to Cash Money, so forth, but it's not. Sometimes I look at Wayne when people say that, right? And I be thinking like, this is a 16-year-old dude who put out a bunch of albums. And then from then on, he just been rapping. And in that time, you feel me, he ain't really did, living is different. So I kind of never held him to that standard. You know what I mean? I guess that's why I'm not necessarily, I didn't grow up a Wayne fan. Like he was probably a couple years behind us. So I was looking at Juvenile, but I think he is kind of the first idea of putting out a shitload of music, a lot of raps. And I think amongst those, everything gets scattered. You know what I mean? So I think, because I've heard him put stuff together that I thought he was saying some stuff, but I think when you have so much work, like if you really document his run, being the fact he's 16, 17 years old coming into the business, between all of the mixtapes, between all of the, all of the compilations, all of the albums, all of the group shit, it's just a lot of music. And I think at a certain place, even now, when people was talking about the last album, I didn't really listen to it, but I would imagine, you know what I mean, it's tough when you put out that kind of material. And, we're in a different place where the demand is crazy. And I watched him meet the demands, and that is true. Like it's going to be a bias for me just because I watch him meet the demands of all of this shit. Like I would, and this, like I said, Wayne is not one of those people you have to say nothing for, because then it becomes if you just like it or didn't. And I'm sure there was all the time we all enjoyed Lil Wayne, but man, just watching him sit in the studio, man, and turn out 15 verses and 3 songs, bro, it would be like impossible. You know what I mean? And I never saw nothing. So it's just, and it's not an excuse or it's not a reason, but I'm just quantifying, damn, like if you put that type of material out, like at that rate between mixtapes and albums, and like it's a lot of shit, especially for a kid. You know what I mean? Somebody who, like I look at certain people who didn't even get it. Like I didn't get into the rap game to 26. You know what I mean? You know how much shit I did, like 26 years. Like I could write about shit that happened at 24 right now, and it'll be brand new to people. That's how much living. But if Wayne's commitment to the studio is just different. You know what I mean? Like he be in that shit. Like I had never saw no shit like that. It was like some crazy shit. So I could see why his fans, because I'm not his fan. That's fair to say. I didn't grow, again, I'm a Juvenile fan. I'm a BG fan. Wayne would be my 4th or 5th favorite act from Cash Money to this day. You know what I mean? It's going to be Juvenile, Big Timers, BG, Hot Boys, Wayne. Maybe even Birdman than Wayne, right? Because the game felt appropriate for what I'm listening to. But I want to say something to his fans, you know what I mean? To people that's younger than him that he brought into the business. Like, man, this is kind of where if you starting to put out a lot of material, you got to be careful because you're just going to stretch yourself thin. I promise you, like, it's going to get bad. You're going to have to get some writers. You're going to get a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? So I want to say that to all his fans. Like, I remember LaRussell was saying shit. It's like, understand the journey. Like, for y'all as his fans, it ain't like a lot of other people. Like, Jay-Z was 27 when he came into business. You know what I mean? It's I swear to you, if you was living fast like we was living, we could still write about shit that you don't even know. You know what I mean? So I would say to his fan base to have a little bit more mercy for him.
Well said. 1 second applause.
Yeah.
We got one more, then we'll move on to this LaRussell story. Any last words on Wayne? Did you want to say something, Dwayne?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what you said about the Hollywood divorce.
Yeah,
I think I always judge Wayne against Wayne. When I heard Hollywood divorce, I saw what the brother had. I saw that, okay, no, he got it. He just not giving it to us. Right. And a lot of that can come down to record label. We know what record labels did as far as what they'll allow to put out. I always give grace to know that, okay, because Hollywood divorce, the hurricane came into my Louisiana home, and all I got in return was a darn country song. So you saw it there. But at the same time, he did put out a lot of material. But when I put people on that highest level of our Black American artists, they all gave us something. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Stevie Wonder, he came in as a kid, but he still was able to give us what he gave us when he hit 2021. Michael Jackson, All the ones that we really put to the top, Nas, they all gave us something that, okay, that this is some beef and stew. This is some grits. This is something that we can hold on to. And then go back to playing off and doing what you do. That's the only thing I get. Like, he had the potential to give it to me because I hear how this brother thinks. I just didn't get it.
Right.
I mean, you know, that's exactly what makes him not Stevie Wonder. That's exactly why we should be talking about Stevie and Mike and them, you know, Stevie especially, you know what I mean? Because Mike don't got that much work when you really, Lil Wayne got so many fucking records, man. It's just scary, but Stevie is really in another class. And I don't think sometimes we even look at really what we talking about when we talking about him. So, you know, again, like, and that's just to his fan base, not to me. You know, I got Scarface. Yeah, I got Lil Wayne.
It's a great point that he put out so much. I will say I recently, with all of there's been a broader conversation since 2024 about Wayne and going back and looking at his discography with a microscope. And it was like everyone praised him for his work ethic. Even Kendrick said like he learned a work ethic of just being in the booth and churning shit out from Wayne. But it was also like a double-edged sword for him because we were like sifting through, and it's just a lot of almost like litter, like, you know, not everything. It almost worked against him in the end, in my opinion, when we were just trying to go back and look at just how much he put out and what out of that was actually a gem. It gets a little more complicated and blurry.
You talking about the mixtape time?
All of that shit.
Really spanning his whole disc, like I think it was like an essentials list or something like that. And I mean, you just scroll. It's like he has put so much stuff out there, and it almost at the time was like, oh my God, it's like, and it still should be praised, I think. But it's like, but then when you kind of look at what actually was produced over the years, a lot of it was like, okay, this was impressive that you got this out, but like, what actually was it, you know? So it's
man, story time. Going when I signed the Cash Money in 2007, I had zero respect for Wayne. That's how much Lil Wayne I didn't listen to. Like, I'm leaving Black Wall Street, feel me? I'm with Game. Game just did 600,000 records first week in his debut. I'm like, this nigga is an A+. I know it sounds crazy. I get it. But I swear, because I grew up on like juveniles, the older niggas. You know what I mean? Wayne is this little kid that ain't even using profanity. Wayne come out, I'm fucking 18 years old. What you mean you don't cuss? You know what I'm saying? That shit sounded crazy. It's juvenile, BG, Hot Boys, Big Timers. You know what I mean? Like, I'm on this adult shit. So I'm leaving, watching Gang. Game had just did 2005. He had just sold 600,000 first records. I'm like, this nigga's an A+ rapper. And then comparing myself as new and raw as I was like, okay, I'm about a B-, but if I work hard enough, I could get to where he at. It wasn't until I signed a Cash Money and I went in the studio with that nigga Justin. When I tell you the belt to ass that I received was life altering. You know what I mean? It was just, again, it's not, I don't think he could write a song. I mean, he can write a song to the depth. Like, I fancy myself in depth. He fancies himself in style. But when I tell you his ability to do what he does fast and potent, man, the belt to ass, bro. Like, I remember just leaving like, oh, hell no, Game is a B-. This nigga's an A+, and I'm a D. I almost thought about quitting. That's how fucking good he was in 2007. That's how fucking great he was at rapping. Now, again, my favorite rapper is probably Scarface. So they are night and day. Everything Scarface say, he don't even have nothing like Wayne like surface. Nothing surface like Tune. Like, none of his shit surface. But I promise you, when niggas going to studio with that nigga, man, belt to ass. And I think sometimes it get lost. And again, I agree with DeJuan because, again, if you're a Scarface baby, come on, man. It's like, this nigga talking about people dying and shit, and this nigga, you know, talking about he want to die. You know what I mean? It's just different. You know what I mean? But I promise you, it's like when niggas talk about basketball, like, on the court, yeah, that nigga is, bar none, one of the nastiest niggas you will ever see in your life. And it's really for his fans, not to me, his fans, because I'm just saying, I know it's a lot of slander on cousin, and it is some well worth criticism. You know what I mean? That's fine. But trust me when I tell you, belt to ass. That don't, you know what I mean? That shit serious. That nigga get cracking. He ain't no joke. And he was a terror. He was a fucking terror in his prime. I saw that shit up close and personal. It's like Iverson. And niggas like Allen Iverson. Like, nah, you probably ain't gonna get the championship you thought you was gonna get. But he terrorized a lot of your favorite niggas on game night. You know what I mean? He put together some games. And I swear I'm a victim.
Right.
I'm a victim, man. We did haters. I was a victim. I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like, I just, you know what I mean? It made me respect him. I tell you that, I left that motherfucker like, you know what I mean? Just the dojo work, just the shit he was doing. I'm like, oh man, you would think about quitting. I still to this day ain't never saw no shit like that in my life. And I'm talking about, I don't give a fuck who I've been on songs with. Some of the baddest motherfuckers, man. This motherfucker is just animal, and he don't stop. He don't stop, Justin. This motherfucker is night and day, bro. Just sipping tea and smoking weed, bro. He and that motherfucker just doing punches and just everything, dog. He just different, man. And again, I get it to all his fans. I'm just saying, don't forget why you fell in love with the motherfucker. It ain't about us. It ain't about my generation and us, because again, it ain't gonna be fair for y'all. We gonna compare him to Scarface. It ain't gonna be nothing. It's not gonna be like Pac. But y'all shit, yeah, that nigga belt to ass, bro. He fucked a lot of niggas' life up. I promise you.
I'm gonna say applause. I want to move on to, I'm just going to move on to this last story. I had a couple more of these, but we'll bring it back next week. It seems like people have a lot to say on this How Many Classics conversation, so we'll say applause to everybody. Now, this is the last story I do want to tackle real quick, and I just want to get people's reactions to this because, you know, I think the title of this video on YouTube is Jack Harlow and LaRussell are going through some things. And so LaRussell, we talked about him over the past couple of weeks. He just announced his deal with Roc Nation. I believe it's a distribution deal more than anything else. But his profile has risen, you know, to a point where he is becoming a mainstream name. He's still very much independent. I think he has one of the most inspiring stories of people who've been able to reach this point doing it their own way. And I'm actually also very happy about the type of content he makes or type of conversations he has in his music, being able to even reach this many eyeballs. You know what I mean? Because hip hop, or at least the rap industry, for example, rap music itself has grown pretty narrow over the course of this century. You don't have things that are targeted towards kids, for example. There isn't a crisscross. One of my favorite songs of all time is still I Miss the Bus. Like the day I missed the bus, I identify with that song every time. You know what I mean? You know, you don't even have that.
Yeah.
You know, there's not a whole lot of heavy D's. There's not a whole lot of just like getting played the range that hip hop used to be. And to me, LaRussell represents a lot of that. And I think that's amazing and fantastic, right? And LaRussell, he rubbed a lot of people the wrong way with some commentary that he had about a song that he was his producer told him not to put out. And so I'm gonna play this. And then I want, you know, to get everyone's reactions and see what you guys think about this. Because if you take this and then you add it to a couple of weeks ago, I think there was some viral conversations going back and forth about him. And it's really interesting watching someone who has been very independent for so long now run into mainstream conversations, which I think all of this is probably the best thing that can happen to him. But just seeing how he is handling it, because the lights are bright, and a lot of times you don't realize that until you're on a different stage. But here's what LaRussell had to say.
I made this record and I sent it off to my engineer, and he calls me. He said, man, you probably shouldn't put this out. I said, why? What the hell happened? He said, you know, you talking about Epstein, there's a lot of shit going on. And I said, thank you for calling me. I'm finna drop this. That's exactly why we need it. Because everybody sit and be silent. And the goal of an artist is to express the times and say all the things that nobody else want to say or know how to say. I'm not perfect, and neither is the president. Was guiltier than a nigga hiding evidence. You can't be mad that they heated if you don't let them vent. Even the devil was heaven sent. Even Malcolm was heaven sent. Even Martin was heaven sent. Even Kanye was heaven sent. We all heaven sent. Donald too. We all heaven sent. Epstein too. We all heaven sent. Adolf too. We all heaven sent. Even you. We all heaven sent.
Open floor.
Justin, you have the greatest chat. I'm gonna start with that. Like, just read the comments of the chat. It's crazy. You know, it's the opposite side of that Lil Wayne coin, where like Lil Wayne was like had a siloed amount of things that he rapped about, and then Lil Russell has rapped about a lot of things, and now we're here. And you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. He took the shot, it didn't work. People ain't rocking with the rhetoric. I get the intent, but yeah, I just think it landed at the wrong time.
Are you damned if you don't say that Epstein
No,
was heaven sent? Like,
no,
are you damned if you don't do that? Like, would LaRussell been damned if he didn't do this?
He would be less damned if he didn't do this, because now people are saying damn little Russell. But
Right.
Russell, but I mean, like, you know, you try to stretch your legs and do the things that's going, like, you know, move the needle a little bit. You know, I think when he's in a booth, he's writing this, he knows it's gonna be controversial, but like sometimes at what cost though? You know?
Yeah. BK, what do you think?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, either way. Go ahead, BK.
I don't even like that he gets presented like that's the other side of the spectrum. That's not. A lot of times when people do have conscious music and they're trying to talk about shit, they call them performative. You know how the right wing has taken over the word woke, which used to be a positive thing and now made it a negative. People try to make it like you're being performative. This is performative. So I don't think it's fair for LaRussell to be treated as if he represents that other side of the spectrum of people trying to have substance. There was no substance here. This was like the Grand Rising shit that people talk about, where you're attempting to say something, but you don't actually have the knowledge to talk about it. And I'm gonna tell you why I'm super mad at LaRussell. I've been supporting LaRussell since he came out. And now I feel like he was definitely cosplaying a person with forward thinking ideas, introspection, trying to be smart enough to do something different. And I also hate that he's given fodder to the idea that signing to Rock Nation is gonna fuck you off. Because even with the Lil Wayne shit, I felt like he went a little too viral because a lot of people agree. Like, you'll see the panel just said Lil Wayne really wasn't talking about shit. So I was surprised that people were so mad, because I'm like, most people agree that Lil Wayne don't talk about shit. And it's like, now you add in this level, like, first of all, saying even the devil and then going even Malcolm, even Martin. As a person who sells words, you need to be much more careful with your words, because they could be sharp. It's like Edward Scissorhands fucking up the lady when he was trying to fix her and shit. Like, words could be deadly. Words have meanings. The way you put them together, people can insinuate different things like that. And even putting Malcolm and Martin next to the devil was a problem, let alone putting them next to other similarly devilish people such as Donald Trump and fucking Jeffrey Epstein. So whatever he thought he was doing, he failed miserably, and he has completely lost my support. So I rescind every time I said I'm waiting on LaRussell because it's his character and one day he's gonna have a hit song. I rescind it. I don't give a fuck what he's talking about or what he's doing, because this to me is not a mistake. This is not something that you kind of misunderstood what was going on and you was just trying to say God made us all. Also, I don't like that idea. So what? Okay. God made us all.
Heaven sent and God made is different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like, yeah, that's a good point. Heaven sent, like,
heaven sent implies that it was something that was like, it was perfect timing. That don't have nothing to do with this nigga talking about. But again, I've been hard on him from the beginning. I never bought the Goody Two Shoes act y'all niggas bought. Never bought it. I could catch it real fast. I could see through it. I wasn't. And I used to tell Charlamagne, I'm like, man, just because, like D1 do it all the time too, man. The homie D1 is doing it. You know what I mean? It's like,
I don't think you could put D1 with LaRussell.
Yeah, you can.
Why? Tell me what's the similarity.
I put them together.
Yeah, you can.
D1 is a Christian rapper. He thinks that he's actually, I mean, because if you think about what D1 is saying, he's saying you wouldn't want your daughter on that pole. And he's trying to push back against the idea of having negative imagery promoted like it's something positive. That is true. We've gotten so used to it that we like, hey man,
that's not what's happening. Like this is not this is not the debate. Like you cannot forget the fact we are in America. Like all that shit cool. We are in America. So again, it's one thing for us to push back on things that create lust and a bunch of shit. Feel me? But it's another thing when we seem to point out only the things that, again, at that game, they have a halftime show that creates the same lust. At that game, they got the motherfucking alcohol. They got beers that they advertise and selling everybody. At that game and on TV, they pushing gambling. You can't find the hometown black business as the centerpiece of what the fuck is wrong with this situation. And in LaRussell's situation, but it's a pseudo positivity to combat. It's a pseudo positivity that's a great marketing ploy to combat where they think the space is. But the truth is there is a duality to existing, and it's fine. But dog, you can't tell me you think the idea of sexualizing something is worse than people gambling or alcoholism. Like the energy has to, and like, but it's all because it comes across pseudo positive.
Well, I want to ask you a question about that, right? So, one, I'll say this, right? I'm not sure if the question is picking one over the other. I think for me, the conversation starts with, oh, should we be adding this also? Right? We already got alcohol there, right? We've already got other things that can be sexualized.
Don't have alcohol there.
Should we add brands that are specifically for
but
that?
We don't have alcohol there. But we don't have alcohol there. We don't have gambling there. No, we don't.
Okay.
At the game?
Well, here, let me rephrase because I think you're taking we as me talking about black people.
No, I'm saying.
I'm saying at the game you got alcohol, the game you got dancers or all this stuff already. Should we add now strip club marketing on top of that or to that mix? To me, that's where the debate lives.
So in America, you can't find the one thing that a black person got to make your fucking stands.
Well, they have black alcohols, black liquors, for example.
Not at that motherfucking arena.
I mean,
that's Michelob. That's
they don't have yeah, somebody please check to see if they have Uncle Nearest.
I mean, I frequent where the Hawks play often. There is not a black brand. Every now and then somebody might have a little kiosk on a special, niche night. But sometimes, when Coke is the official thing that we sell in this place, it's very hard pressed. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I agree. I understand strip clubs create lust. I'm not trying to press for strip. That's not my culture. I'm from the West. We don't trick. That ain't our thing. But I'm saying, as much as I want to champion it, I can't help but look at all other things. And here is the one thing that becomes the problem. And it's like LaRussell, where it's like, are you implying that, let's say, Epstein deserves empathy because if you're quote heaven sent, or Hitler deserves heaven sent, even in comparison to Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, to relate them in any topic together is just crazy. And I get it, man. We are in a time where it feels like we are at our lowest and we feel desperate. Like a lot of us feel desperate. We think we hear rap and all we hear is kill, shoot, die, party, blah, 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 right? Because that's what it feels like we are hearing. But the truth is, it has never been that way. And we keep reaching out for things that come across ridiculously silly as a true idea of what positivity is. And it's like,
I don't know that we
complex.
I think I don't hear. Okay, I understand the duality. Yes, you have introspection. Yes, you have ideas where you would like your community to move in this positive path. And yes, you also have gluttony, lust, all of that on this side. It's duality. I understand that. But I don't think it's fair to say, if you a black man who wants to say this is trash, then you need to go say all of the white man shit is trash first and then get back to us black people. I just don't think that's a helpful
I
point.
think that's what makes your shit disingenuous.
Hold on, wait. But I don't think that that is comparable to what LaRussell did, because at least what D1 is saying is actually true and makes sense. It is true that pussy rap, strip club culture does in some way influence younger girls, and not even younger, older girls, women, to feel like if I can get more sexual, if my aesthetic can be more sexual, then maybe I can get more respect in different spaces in order to get what I want, whatever it is in the world, because this is America and that's how America works. So it is true that in some ways that culture can be influential. It is not true that Martin, Malcolm, Epstein, and Trump deserve empathy because they all come from the same place. That is not true. So that's why I think it's different what D1 is doing. I get what you're saying. He seemed like a fake preacher who's like, you really clout chasing off of saying niggas is fucking up. That's basically what you're saying, right?
I mean, that's his whole presence.
But why can't his presence be, I'm a Christian rapper, I feel inspired to speak out against the things that I think God frowns upon in our community, because I love Black people so much that I think we're better than that, we're holier than that, and it's not enough voice saying do that. Why can't that be what he believes?
Nah,
I think he believes that shit for real. And I'm not a religious person like that, so I like.
I know it's part of business and branding.
Well, I take him as very sincere on that, because he is that way prior to and even just off record. You know what I mean? I've known him for a very long time. He is sincere about his feelings. Now, whether or not, it comes across that way to everyone else, that's something different. But he is very sincere about his position on all the things that he advocates for. I just
think that they're very aimed at Black people.
Yeah,
I do think
I see that. I see the aim in that Black people angle, because, like I said, I talked about that basketball game. Literally, the season started with La Costa Nostra paying off coaches and players to fix games in the NBA. Like, we already dealing with a corrupt everything that we watching. All this stuff is corrupt. So I'm from the West too. I ain't the big ownership clubs, but I get it. That's what they do. If you're gonna have gambling, if you're gonna have all that other stuff, hey, go ahead and do it all. But going back to like LaRussell, that touches on the point I was saying about Wayne. Earlier when I was saying Hollywood Divorce showed me that Wayne had the capacity to go there. I don't believe everybody should be political. Matter of fact, most people probably shouldn't be. If you don't really know what you're talking about, it's best not to say anything at all. Like LaRussell tried to step into a lane that I don't want to say that he can't step into, but you can tell it's a lane. When he talked about, I asked myself, how much time has he invested in really finding out what these people are about that he's trying to compare to King, X, and Epstein? It sounds like to me, he sees, going back to marketing, he sees the vacuum that there's nobody saying anything at all. Now let me step into this lane and try to say something, but I don't have, the pistons in my engine to run that fast. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so he tried. It was a big flop, because even when he defended it, talking about the whole Epstein,
like everybody else is dumb.
Yeah, like everybody else is dumb. It's like, no, bruh. No, everybody's not heaven sent. You know what I mean? They say you said it came from God. That's one thing. But if you try to say, okay, just because somebody, even if Epstein came from heaven, hell, when he came to earth and became the devil. So it's like, do you really want to sit around and even have that conversation? If you're going to bring Epstein up, if you're going to bring Trump up, talk about it with nuance. And if you don't have the nuance to talk about it, just go back to talking about bubble jacket rap. You know what I mean? Do what you do. We're not going to tell you not to do this. Just stay in your lane. You know what I mean? You're not going to see my fat ass trying to run a 100-yard dash. I can't do it. You know what I mean? You got to stay what you do. And I think LaRussell tried to step out of that, and yeah, it didn't work.
I think a lot of times when every other outfit is being worn, you put on what's left. And I think every other marketing, I don't want to call it gimmick, but it could be viewed as a gimmick, but every other thing that could be done has been done. So now a lot of people troll. They say the things because they know it's going to get clicks and views. And, either they're going to rock with you, they're not going to rock with you. The attention span theater of people in this, alleged cancel culture era is so short that, all right, cool. People going to talk bad about you for a couple of weeks. They're going to have the things they're going to have to say. And it's what you do next is going to predicate whether they're going to rock with you beyond that. Going back to the D1, a lot of times we're going to lean in on things because I know D1 personally. He's in my phone. I and like Justin said, he is this way. He out here caring. He really care. And when you close to the stove like we are, about like black issues, it does hit a little different. It feels more personal because it's connected to us. As a person who has no daughters, I didn't see no harm in the Magic City promotion that was going on at Atlanta, where the Hawks play. I keep forgetting the name of the place because they change it every 7 years. But but Magic City is an institution here. Like whether they were at the game or not, people know about Magic City. They are on the Mount Rushmore of things that people know in Atlanta. However, I do have an issue when people sometimes lean in towards the safe targets and not go after the real monsters behind the mask. The FDAs, you know what I'm saying? The people that are running the scams, making the bills, how the fact that Trump just pardoned the Ticketmaster people, you know, the way the whole rest of this world is handling the whole Epstein thing, even if, you know, people are going in and out of jail real quick, just get the mugshot, just to make it look like they're doing something. Like, let's really flip the goddamn table over. You know what I'm saying? If we really want to go there. I mean, you know,
I want to know
hit all the targets.
I want to know who this was for, like, especially looking at LaRussell's response to the backlash. I'm like, okay, who was this for? I think he was engaging in a little bit of rage bait marketing, like we talk about a lot here. And it was successful. And I say that because I never thought, I mean, I was just one of those people, I guess, like Elle, that supported LaRussell from a distance, because it just seemed like with the indie thing and with like the community thing and all that, I was like, I never really paid too close attention, but I was like, you know, that generally seems like a good thing that he's got going over there, whatever. But I also hate that he did this, because I agree with the message, like what he said before he started rapping, when he was just like, basically, you know, in the vein of Nina Simone, where the artist's job is to reflect the times, and it's to say what is too taboo to say, and it's to, you know, kind of bottle up everybody's feelings about the time and put it in the music or in your art or whatever. Like, I agree with that on its surface, but that's not what he did here. It felt like he did a lot of that for shock value. I think it's really disrespectful to Malcolm and Martin to lump them in with the devil and Donald Trump and Epstein and Adolf Hitler. Like, I'm just still so gagged that he did that. But then he had a Twitter response where he was like, oh, like, I didn't realize y'all were so, like, he tweeted,
slow
right?
was the word.
Then he released a video that's like 2 minutes long that's like, I don't really be online, but my homeboy debriefed me about what happened. I was like, no, you were just tweeting. You were just quote tweeting somebody's post.
Career comes from being online.
He's online. You're online now. But then, like, the video was like, y'all are so slow. Y'all are R-worded. Y'all just want something to be mad about. I'm out here saving my community. I'm out here doing this. What are y'all doing? Instead of just sending off a tweet. And it's just kind of like taking the critique and passing it off as hate and passing it off as like, y'all are just, you know, Monday morning quarterbacking or whatever they call it. I was just like, well, damn, LaRussell, what was it for? What actually was your message here? Because not only did you use the phrase heaven sent wrong, and like to Elle's point, as someone who's selling words, you need to be a little bit more precise with that. You do not need to be creating any type of latitude for empathy for these heinous individuals under a white supremacist capitalist patriarchy, under an authoritarian regime. Like, do you think this is the time and space to be like, I just thought it was interesting that, like, the same God that made me and you made
exactly.
It's like, okay,
what's interesting about that? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what's the next step. Like, okay,
like, and then what? And then what? And then, so, you know, so that we all recognize our human. Well, that's not what you said. You know, you're extrapolating a lot from the shock value of what you said. Nobody behind you was rocking with it. Nobody there was feeling it, you know, in the video, seemingly was trying to shake the head. And it's like, as you go, Donald, Epstein, Adolf, what are we doing here? But I thought the response lacked couth and lacked tact. And I thought, damn, like, you're attacking the very people who maybe don't press play on your music or whatever, because that's not our cup of tea, but just have been supporting you. You're making me not want to engage with you, period, especially because it feels, I don't want to say biting the hands that feed you or whatever, but it's like the community is telling you, hey, bro, you should have listened to the engineer. This was not it. What you tried to do you didn't do that. You didn't execute. And then your response is, you're too slow to get it. I feel disrespected and embarrassed for him. And like, I don't want to hear anything else from Buddy. I'm not saying he's just the most evil guy or whatever, but it does kind of make the positivity shtick seem disingenuous. So I don't know what he's going through right now, but like, you need to.
He's not going through nothing. Two things. Earlier on my stream, it's a brother named K-Way. And K-Way said he's spiritually immature. Oh, damn. Shout out to K-Way. Damn.
Shout out to K-Way. One second applause.
Oh, he was explaining that to me, that he was, damn, that's dope. That he was spiritually immature. One, right? And I think that's part of it, but also I think he thinks he's smarter than everybody in the room. And that's another
Right.
problem. Two, back to D1. And this is kind of why I compare. Just like Ollie, I got D1 in my phone. It's not somebody that I won't talk to. But two, when you tell me you are Christian before you black in America, that's a big problem. And I think that's where you generate these problems from. That's where a lot of the disconnect for me comes from.
But how does that connect it back to LaRussell? Because you think it's the Christian idea of him saying that is heaven sent.
Yeah, that's what he thinks, but he's not separating God made from heaven sent, which it wouldn't matter at all. That this is not the context, as a mature person spiritually, you would use that. You would say that to say somebody deserves empathy.
Yeah.
You couldn't rationalize why Jeffrey Epstein needed empathy. That it would be
right.
Like, you know what I mean? It would, right. You don't, that's not, again, there's nothing wrong. If you have a reason, if you could tell us a story like, hey, this is what happened to him, and you're not doing that, you don't have enough depth, right? And then specifically, what I'm telling you is people understanding marketing based off of what's happening on the internet and providing. That's not to say it don't fit genuinely their brand, but sometimes people double and triple and quadruple down on ideas that start to escape. And then you start to see the flaws in it. Like, again, when I'm hitting D1, I'm like, D, I'm in this comments. I didn't call him, I'm hitting him. I'm like, D, like, bro, like, they promote gambling every day, bro. I haven't seen one thing. And there's nothing wrong with standing up against things that create lust. Like I told him, I said, look, I get it. Sexuality is what it is, but we also let 9-year-old kids play the video game where they're killing each other. I think it's probably better to let somebody see somebody stripping than play Call of Duty at 9, right? So, and then he says to me, I am Christian before I'm black. Those are like the things that go off in my head in America. And it's in his comments. It's there. It's there.
He said, I'm Christian before I'm
it's there.
That's the same team as the people bombing. Anyway, yeah, like I mean, people on the wars talk. If you Christian before you black, that means you pro murder. Nothing wrong with Christianity. I ain't saying that at all.
Think about historically slavery in this country, to think that in this country. So, and I think that's what starts to come across, Justin, not to give the homie like bullshit. Forgive me, Dewan, not to get a homie stick. You feel me? But it's like, bro, like, listen. The thing about being a leader is to listen, right? When you lead people, you have to listen, especially in America. You know what I'm saying? Like, that type of shit fucks me up. Like, how could you?
Yeah, like, and then going back like to LaRussell, when it comes to what he was talking about, I think at the end of the day, we will be having this conversation, but it would be less energy had he had music like hits. When you don't have hits, when you don't have music that everybody can rally around, Kanye got years of equity because of hits. You hits will give you some equity. LaRussell, we liked him because of the concept. It was, okay, you got this happy brother, and we need some old happy rap. We ain't seen happy rap since Kid and Play. So we need some happy rap. You know what I mean? You see the kids, you see the backyard, and you support it because you know that although I don't necessarily like his music, it looks like the people there are having a great time. So we need this brother to be here and do what he do, and that's cool. But now I'm looking at, because I worked for the Department of Mental Health for 15 years, and these kids and IEPs. Now my DMH mindset goes to, oh, hold on. Now the person that the kids are looking up to is trying to draw an equivalence between Epstein and King. I don't know if I want that kind of message going down to my black kids that King, Epstein, Trump all belong. If you're going to talk to them about that, talk to them about the nuances of it. Now, the thing that we love about you the most, the fact that you connect the kids and give them a good time. Now, the next thing we look at when it comes to connecting the kid is, okay, what's your message? Like what you said, I missed the bus. That's the perfect kid song. I remember running to get when we was 10. Come on, man.
But that was something I will never, ever do again.
Bruh, like
and I never did it again.
That whole 5th grade, every time somebody was late for the bus, like bus pulling off, somebody running up, we'd be like, I missed the bus. It was just something.
It was fun.
It was fun, but when you add this to that kid mix and you ain't got no hits, it's like, bruh.
You talking to my fucking kids? What's wrong with you?
but I feel like we're feeding people to the concept of something that we feel is missing. And the thing is, I'm not saying, look, I've critiqued LaRussell, talked to him on the phone. I had a whole sit down 3 hour with D1 and express different ideas. But this is the part of being a hip hop leader. See, it's one thing to be an artist. It's another thing to be a hip hop artist. There is a different level of responsibility and weight on your shoulders. It's a thing that a very niche community kind of you represent them. So sometimes it just separates from what we doing. And I told D1, like, because you are hip hop, you cannot ignore the streets in your idea. Now, it's a tough road because as a Christian man, you have to find a bridge between the streets and Christianity. Doesn't mean you have to permit and let sin go. But you also got to remember, who are you leading? And you can't just lead them into the place to where you like, I'm going to just correct them and everything else don't matter, because you black first. And that's, to me, where I start to notice things that go left and right for me. Now, not to everybody else. I'm saying some people, y'all, shout out to everybody. You know what I mean? I think your show is live. I know it's a chat. I see, yep. Whoever that feels like you Christian before you black. But hip hop is not Christian before it's black. That's for sure, I can tell you. Hip hop is not Christian before it's black. Hip hop is black before it's Christian. So when you say you this, that becomes the expectations. And it's not like you shouldn't let the Magic City shit go. Okay, cool. Now double down on some of these white establishments that's promoting way worse behavior to our kids. If that's the real goal, show that you stand with black people, not just when it's to your moral fiber standard, but there's things that's influencing our kids. Magic City ain't shit compared to motherfucking what is it? The gambling shit, the prize picks.
Yeah.
That shit don't hold a candle.
Yeah.
That shit don't hold a candle to prize picks.
You also said before that you don't like when you somebody's trying to call somebody out for one thing and they bring up something else. Like, how is this not an example of whataboutism? If he's saying, hey, this is because to me, I think the Magic City shit fell into D1's like range of shit that he would talk about. Like, he's already created a brand of shit he pushed back on, and that shit landed right in his little sphere.
What's the brand, El?
The brand is things that look like they're supported by hip hop but are detrimental to our community. That is exactly his brand. If it's something that looks like hip hop supports this, he wants to step in and say, no, hip hop don't support this because I'm hip hop and this is fucking up my community and I love my community. That's his brand. I'm losing the steam to take up for him because of Christian before black, but I got like this much steam left. But I do think there's an element of whataboutism when you say, well, stop talking about the shit black people doing wrong. Talk about the shit white people doing wrong.
That's not what I'm saying, El.
I'm
saying that's what makes it look like branding. I'm
not
a proponent.
Branding though. Like, if I want to get a message out in a field that's so like it's oversaturated with other people getting out negative messages, it would require branding. So I think you also kind of tying his hand behind his back because you're saying, hey, if you're trying to do some positive shit, you can't do no branding or nothing with
There's
it. Like,
nothing wrong with doing positive shit. Nothing at all. But again, as I'm speaking with him, and we're saying I'm not a proponent of strip clubs. I'm not saying, hey, let the Magic sit. That's not my business. That's them brothers in Atlanta. That's their program. That y'all could argue that out. I'm saying specifically when they're saying like, hey man, this is the only night that they allow black people. This is a niche thing, like they saying. There's very few times that the NBA and the NBA organization will promote black businesses. It's like Head Crack just said. It's one time they said it's a little what do you call it in the mall?
Oh, the little kiosk. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
They got all of these sinful white businesses happening right in hip hop. Prize Pick is smack dead in the middle of hip hop. He's sitting down on platforms that are sponsored by Prize Pick. It's not whataboutism. It's not that. It's saying, I get it. You are a brother. But then what starts to become obvious is when he said to me, I'm a Christian before I'm black. That's what's fucking me up, because it's starting to come across that way and it becomes this. So now I'm concerned, like, damn, is your target at that point anything black and wrong or anything wrong?
Yeah. It's like, well, are you just shooting
Because
at
other than that, why are you a part of our community if you're a Christian first? That becomes your community. The Christian does not override black in hip hop. So if you're saying, if you're claiming a leader as this specific community, then you have to get further in with the people and understand what is happening. Not to say you can't be an opponent against that type of, movement that's happening in the A. I'm not going to argue that. I'm saying here is the dilemma. And again, when I asked him, this is why. And so here's the thing. And it's like with LaRussell. And the reason I'm comparing them, these are the bells that start to go off. I'm like, huh. You know what I mean? Like, and then so I'm asking him, he's like, I'm Christian before I'm black. You know who else said they was Christian before they black?
Who?
Anton Daniels.
Uh-huh.
So I'm telling you, here is a slippery slope that hip hop is on. So I'm saying, again, we are feeding people to a concept of we need positivity. Like I'm not disagreeing. And I think positivity or whatever is great. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. But again, your actions are starting to come across like you're Christians before you're black.
I want to get your response to this comment right here by Chef OG Ra. He says, I wouldn't say it as such, but when LaRussell's words hit my ear, it translated to, we come from the same source, but it's our choices that define us.
He would have been better off just saying that plainly. You do not need to triangulate some of the most heinous gangsters in our society that are lording over us at this point to do that. Like at some point, just say the thing you're trying to say. I think that you added Epstein, Trump, and Adolf for shock value. Yeah. And that is just very clear. We could just fucking say that. But I think there's a myriad of ways that you as a wordsmith can say we all come from the same source, but it's our choices that define us, even if you don't just say it like that. But like, come on, guys. Like, this is just not the time. And you're talking about, an artist's role is to say what needs to be said. Blah, blah, blah. That, what you just said, does not need to be said in big 2026. Like, nobody was better off as a result of that. You were not even better off as a result of that. Everybody was like shouting out the engineer and being like, you should have listened to that nigga or whatever. He was heaven sent. That's I was right up, right time.
Engineer, he was heaven sent.
Yeah. But like BK, you just made me think of something when you said that, because you're right, they equating. We're living in a world where just this time a few months ago, they trying to compare Charlie Kirk and his neck to Martin Luther King.
Hello.
And
there you go. There it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
As black people, we have so many greats and heroes. We have to learn how to polish our heroes and put them on the shelf to where they're not comparable. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Just because somebody opened up a community center, you can't say that they're the next Malcolm X. Nor can you say somebody like Epstein. You damn sure can't say Epstein like a Malcolm X. We have to find a way to. There's just certain people you just don't touch. You just leave them alone. Compare Hitler and Trump and these people to other people. Do not compare them to these people who've done these monumental things, because when the white folks do it like they did with Charlie Kirk, we gonna get mad. Nah, brother, you gonna get the same heat because our heroes are our heroes, and whether you white or you black, and you put some degenerate with them, you're gonna have to get the smoke.
Well, there's a lot of villains in this story too. Like you also got to blame the media for celebrating the the buzz that comes from putting these shocking stories on the front page, right? And then also, people didn't really have as much to say about LaRussell before this situation. And you got to also look very closely how people start moving differently once they align with certain people and organizations. I'll leave that to y'all to throw the names out there. When you understand how high the ladder goes and how many people be connected to other people throughout industries and how Palms agrees to like help people nudge certain agendas across, or like, hey, say the thing for us. You know what I mean? We'll make sure you get this this package that you need so you can go do the thing you're trying to do, right? It happens in broad daylight a lot more than people ever notice. And if you really pay attention to when things started changing for LaRussell, I think you'll realize the connection there. People in the chat kind of already, yeah, I'm starting it, Rita.
Well, I see that, but I also wonder, is it ego? Like, is it like I ain't gonna lie, I kind of thought that because I'm like, who would benefit from this message? And then you go,
people on the flight log.
Great way to. And then I start thinking,
I don't want to.
I start thinking, maybe it's just ego. Maybe it's literally just, I'm the biggest nigga in the world. I put a pergola in my backyard in Vallejo. I don't even got a hit song. Niggas just bob their head to it. I'm signing to Hove. Everybody love Hove. This, and that. And maybe the ego starts to blind him from what makes sense and what don't make sense. I think that's also something we should consider. Go ahead, Glasses. Sorry.
And can I also add real quick? We're also living in a time, like, everybody mentioned how, like, he has no song that, like, I could say, tell me your favorite LaRussell song. However, what we're starting to see is that blend of streamer and music culture come together in a different way than the streamer culture came together. And you could be huge without all the things that made you huge back in the day. And you see how you bring them out, like the Pied Piper. I mean, there's something to be said about the skill set to directly market to an audience and get them to show up for the things you want them to show up for. And how can you not feel like you got a cape, even if it's just a do-rag blowing gently in the wind when all of these things are going your way?
I think the challenge that LaRussell really is going to have is that now we're seeing a lot more of his personality, right?
That's the thing.
I think Dwan pointed this out. A lot of us really support the energy that we thought LaRussell was coming.
The idea of LaRussell. Yeah, and now you're getting you could see the real him. Go ahead, Justin. Sorry not to cut you off.
And it's his responses to these things that is most concerning to me. Like, if he is going to go online, blame the entire internet because he want to put MLK next to Epstein Island, that's crazy to me. You know what I mean? And that is a character thing. And if you are going to be someone who is marketing yourself as something wholesome for the community, something that is ulterior or an alternative to what can be often a seedier side or reputation that culture has, and you're now merging MLK and DJT, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Mad niggas got a problem with it? You calling niggas slow?
A nigga really said that too.
That's crazy.
Like, y'all
slow.
I said,
like, Justin, to go to your point, if he just said, I fucked up. With that goofy
that would have been fire.
Been like, all right, yeah, that little nigga, yeah, go ahead, nigga. Go his little simple ass rhymes. Go ahead. But he tried to double down.
And then I heard a little bit of elitism. I be working while y'all sit on the internet all day. No, we've been at work while you've been on the internet all day.
We're watching, bro. Listen,
from work.
This is what I'm saying. This why I be vetting niggas for hip hop. I'm not choosing the best. I'm choosing the authentic person. So that means whoever you buy, you getting. That's how hip hop should vet them. It's authentic. It's authentically represented. And I'm really harsh on things that come across kind of, too forced. Whereas like, and again, this is not to say we should pull away from LaRussell. This is not to say we should pull away from D1. Like, it's important to separate this. but it is important to hold him accountable. Like next time I see D1, I'm gonna make sure he know at all costs, nigga, in hip hop, you black before you Christian. And if you not, you got to get your ass up out of here. Got to get your ass up out of here because you be turning niggas over to master. You be turning niggas over to master, bro. You'll look around because that's what Stephen was in Django. He was Christian before he was black. That's what motherfucking Hoppin' Bob was in life. He was Christian. Hey, break that right now. You got to be black in America. It's nothing wrong. You got to be black and Christian. That black before Christian. Ain't no such thing as Christian black. It's black Christian. Even the term come first because God understands this shit different over here. So I'm just saying, in LaRussell's case, we have to hold him to that standard. Like even him saying slow. Hey, homie, ain't nobody slow, nigga. You was wrong. And that's really the truth. Nigga, you was wrong, nigga. You was wrong. Hey, don't put no black man next to these motherfucking crazy ass people. The hell is you talking about? Heaven sent. We not everybody is of God, nigga. What the fuck do that got to do with you putting? That's the why you didn't name no white heroes?
Yeah,
why you put them next to their heroes? Why you just didn't say some popping ass? You named the best of niggas and the worst of white men. All time worst white men ever.
That's
and it wasn't deep and it wasn't dope.
Like, he didn't name no high quality white man. Where is Larry Bird or Patrick Riley? Why you didn't say none of them? Why it got to be the worst white people and the best black people? Why is that the comparison? Like none of this shit is hitting your mind as a black man, and that's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a problem. Yeah, I understood when you did that.
I was fighting for my life trying to think of some white heroes.
Me too.
Bro,
I was stuck.
Larry Bird, he's heaven sent. Eminem, why Eminem wasn't heaven sent next to fucking Hitler? Why is it our guys? He named the best niggas. Last nigga left was Jesus. All the best niggas. He named the best niggas. The greatest niggas in history and the worst white people in history. Why?
Do we think LaRussell's going to get the message? Or we think LaRussell is
I'm gonna call his motherfucking ass. I'm gonna make sure don't you put our black people, don't put Magic Johnson and motherfucking Martin Luther King and Malcolm X next to Hitler. Put them next to the good white people. Where's the,
John Brown.
John Brown's the one.
Larry Bird might be the greatest white man of all time.
John Brown. He's got my vote. We'll take applause to John Brown. He was bad about it.
Tony Hawk. Somebody said Tony Hawk.
Tony Hawk, he's heaven sent. Put him next to Hitler.
But what if we swapped out the high quality heroes with people who also can maybe stand in alignment with some of the crooked people that were mentioned, like Lee Malvo, Larry Davis, not to be confused with Larry Davis.
He could have named some black people that's for R. Kelly. He's heaven sent. And then you put him next to Epstein. That might be, I get it. That's close. I mean, even though that's far, but it's, the Grim Sleeper, he's heaven sent. We got some fucked up people too. But how you go find the best versions of us and put it next to the worst versions of them and try to somehow find the best? You got to name some white people that's great.
And then tell everybody we're slow. That's crazy.
Yeah, like you said.
That's crazy.
Tomato.
That's wild. I'm gonna do it again.
Tomato.
That's crazy.
That's the
Chris Benoit was heaven sent.
Yeah, they got some white people. He just named the worst. It's the all-time worst white people.
Bernie Sanders, throw him in there.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders. They got some good white people. It's a handful of them.
I want to jump into the super chats if you guys still got time, because there's a lot of really good ones I think on this particular topic, and I want to let the people's voices be heard. And so I'm gonna start with this one right now that's on the screen from Chef OG Rob. We had his earlier. We asked this, he got feedback on the first one. He came back and clarified. He says, I don't disagree with y'all thoughts at all. He definitely didn't need to say that, because why? I wouldn't shout agenda, but definitely thoughtlessness and immaturity. Okay. 1 second applause.
Fair enough.
That's fair.
This one comes from Bonafide MC, says Jack Harlow is heaven sent.
You still naming like white people that ain't good. Like, name some good white.
You said send y'all best.
You gonna name the last white person that did blackface?
Mr. Drummond
that did blackface.
This one
Somebody
comes from
said Deepak Chopra.
shout out to Cam Sula, my brother Cam Sula. One second applause to him up top. This says, the ones who say I am Christian before black are no better than the white men who preach their version of Christianity to control the ones who came off the boat. That's weighty.
Next time I see D1 or second podcast, I said, we need to talk about this. You're going to have to fix this because you saying you hip hop. Now, if you just Christian and you wasn't saying you just a Christian rapper, cool, but you saying you hip hop and you care, you're going to have to acknowledge black people differently. I mean, you're going to have to see it a little differently than you just see, because this America, Jack. This ain't them other countries. This is America.
And the first 100 years it was a colony. Your black ass couldn't even be a Christian to the Great Awakening in 1740. Your ass is here in 1620. You literally black before you became Christian because you couldn't be Christian, nigga.
Preach.
Come on, take applause. This one right here is from Star Trek Ambassador. Big shout out to Star Trek Ambassador. It says, to Glasses' point, Jeff Hardy is heaven sent. And H.
That's all right, white man. All right. You know, he up on the white man scale to 1 to 10. He like Jeff Hardy like an 8.
We got Dolly Parton. Don't leave out the white women.
Dolly Parton.
Dolly Parton, yeah.
Dolly Parton on a scale of 1 to 10 is about a 7. She took all of Whitney Houston 100% of the songs. 1 to 10, she about a 7. She ain't bad. She looked out for Beyonce. 7.
Damn, she took 100.
100% from I Will Always Love You.
Wow.
She was like, this is my song. I wrote it 100%. I ain't mad, but you know, white people business. That's 7. You can't get higher than 7 if you're gonna just do white people business.
She might have to get like
John Brown is bigger higher than a 7. John Brown.
John Brown is like a little bit over Abraham Lincoln, just a little. Just
he gave his whole life. He gave his whole life.
But you gotta realize it's hard for white people to really be, especially white American men. You know what I mean? I don't believe in the term white American. I just feel like American men. It's hard to be a good American man here. You know what I mean? Because you just indoctrinated in a bunch of dumb shit. Like it would require you to fight your father, grandfather, history, teachers, cousins, brothers. So a person like John Brown, you know what I mean? He off the scale. Like, and he still probably has some bullshit.
Yo, he brought his sons. His sons was on his team.
Yeah, his son.
That's not bad.
And he was funded by a black woman.
We look how high we got to put a nigga like Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln didn't even care. He just had to do it to win a war. Feel me? And like he got to be an 8 because shit, it just a nigga that accidentally do something for black people is fantastic. That's how low the scale is for white folk being right to black people. Like that's how fucking low the scale is. Like Abraham Lincoln, a nigga that did not want to do it, was like, fuck it, to win this war, I want to win that bad, and he got to be high. Because it's most white men be like, shit, we'll just lose this shit before we let them niggas go. Fuck that. Let them niggas succeed. We don't care. Oh, yeah. It got to be some good ones. Name some good white people, Justin. Some great white people.
We're going to think on it as we move to the next super chat. Everybody in the chat, drop your favorite white people in the chat.
Super chat the greatest white man that you know.
Jim Carrey.
They throwing up a whole of notes.
Super chat the greatest white man you know. Super chat, show some respect to the great white man. Super chat in to Justin so we can discuss that man's goodness. And you know we can grade on the curve for white people because it ain't like they could be Martin Luther King or Malcolm. That just ain't. You know, it's America.
Oh, Robert Sapolsky.
Henry Wallace.
I don't even know who Robert Sapolsky is.
They got the super chat.
I'm at to Google that one.
We have to Google that one. Let me see this quick. This one right here is from MZ Hummus. Says, I'm so confused why our people don't understand what's at risk right now. Hip hop is the last black staple we have. We're the largest export and the most exploited. No time for empathy right now.
Man, Miss Hummus, she's heaven sent.
Miss Hummus is heaven sent. 1 second applause.
She right about that.
Keep them black people out that heaven sent shit.
K-Way said, next to ginger ale, Bret Hart is the greatest thing out of Canada. He's heaven sent.
Hold up.
Shout out to the
ginger ale, maple syrup, Bret Hart, Jim Carrey, Seth Rogen.
No love for Tim Hortons?
Seth Rogen in there?
No love for Tim Hortons?
Wait, Seth Rogen's okay.
I don't think I've been, but is that a restaurant?
No, it's the donut spot.
I've never been there.
It's like the Krispy Kreme of Canada. Like
maple syrup comes from Canada. They got that right.
Wait,
Michael J. Fox. We yell at with Michael J. Fox. You know.
About a 5 for white men.
I'm not mad at this one from Opulent Light Being. Says Mr. Rogers, GOAT of white people.
He never got caught. I'll give him a 10.
And he stood for something at least for a little bit. So yeah.
He put his feet
And you never caught his nigga video.
Right.
Like whatever nigga video, whoever he had to knock off to make sure that didn't come out, it never came out. So right now, Mr. Rogers is a 10.
We'll say the boss of Mr. Rogers.
Ooh, what about
That's
the
funny.
pink dude?
Bob Ross. Bob Ross. With the
Bob Ross was nice. He was all right.
He had the Afroman Pro.
They even robbed him like he was black. Like,
They did.
like all this stuff, man. Like, oh, you gonna have an afro? All right, we'll show your ass.
We'll show you how.
George Carlin is a good one.
He's up there. I think George Carlin's in the 7-8 territory.
Carlin's up there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Shout out to Badger, who says big difference between sent from heaven and cast out of heaven. LOL. Shout out to my folks for this show.
Bad is
What up,
crazy.
Bad?
Bad is crazy. What's up, Bad? What's up, Bad got a video tomorrow drop breaking down what actually happened with Ice-T and how the beef started with Soulja Boy. Because Ice-T was just on Breakfast Club and finally told his side of the story. And Bad was part of he was in the studio working on the same project that Ice-T was working on when all that happened. So we're finally getting all the history and the lore behind what happened with Soulja Boy and Ice-T. And then on Third Verse Podcast yesterday, or tomorrow's episode will premiere, DJ is the one who signed Soulja Boy. He's Soulja Boy's manager now, and he was the one who signed him then. So he talked about his side of what all that happened. So there's about to be some crazy Soulja Boy Ice-T history hitting the in the internet soon. But big shout out to Badger. One second, pause. Stark Ambassador says George Carlin's top two. So is
not
it
top. I don't know about top 2.
Top 2 is high. Not George Carlin.
Yeah.
I put him in the top 5.
George Carlin might be like a 7. He all right.
Right now he's top 5 because it's so hard to get to 7.
Yeah.
Well,
we got John Brown, Abraham Lincoln.
I still don't think we found the greatest white person. I like
We're
John
getting
Brown.
close. I like this
John
next
Brown
one a lot.
right
Though.
there.
I like this next one a lot. This next one is a really good one. Jane Elliott.
Oh yeah, she right there.
Jane Elliott.
She
right there.
She might be one. She number 1 for right now.
She can't be ahead of John Brown.
Jane Elliott, yeah. John Brown's a nigga.
John Brown put his whole family, his body, his flesh, his family.
That's the least. That's the least you could do.
None of these other people did it. That's like the greatest thing we've seen.
See, John Brown had a black woman as a boss that funded him. You know what I mean? Mary Ellen Pleasant. So he was funded by a black woman. So he gonna be there. Jane Elliott, when she was asked about reparations, she's a hustler. She's somebody that go around talking about black people this, black people that. So what you gonna do to fix it, Jane Elliott? And she be like, she's on like Tweety Bird.
Wait, what'd she say about reparations?
She said, nah, she don't think black people deserve them.
Oh yeah, she is 7.
Once I heard him say that,
she's like 6 now.
Yeah, great.
Her, him, and Tim Wise.
You can't expect more for white people. That I'm saying. Come on,
she's
man.
definitely
Which white person gonna really say black people deserve reparations?
Somebody said something good one. Tina Marie.
Tina Marie white?
Tina Marie.
I think we adopted her.
Yeah, she white.
I thought we adopted her. I thought
she was Creole.
Nah, she from Venice. Shit, I got Tina Marie.
Anybody that's black passing, I don't know if I really.
Yeah, I'm not counting them.
Yeah. One thing called Mariposa Illuminato.
I roll with that.
Yeah. Jane Elliott, that reparation shit is a 6.
Oh, Bruce Willis?
Bruce Willis.
Oh, no, them motherfuckers are 6s.
Nah, Frank Sinatra used to call people niggas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Frank Sinatra's on the 3 side.
No, he not that. Look, you could be over a 5 and you call black people niggas. It depends on when you was alive, because that's how they all saw it. If you was alive at that time and you thought that was reprehensible, you slide up the scale. But long as you can recognize a nigga or something, you all right. You gotta realize how bad the scale is for. They can't be judged like us.
I'm not judging them like us. I'm judging them on the white people.
I'm saying, so if they say nigga, that can't just be like a point. That's a starting point.
But Frank Sinatra had Sammy Davis Jr. doing all that cutting jigs and doing all like using him as basically a monkey.
Yeah.
So
I thought he was looking out.
No, he see this thing. Count Basie was to the standards what Dre was to hip hop. If you needed a hit in the 50s, you went to Basie, right? And so he went to Basie for them hits because Basie had that thing, and he had Quincy Jones with Basie. So Basie was so cold. he was playing the Vegas Strip and wasn't allowed to go into the room. So he told Frank 2 things. If I do this album with you, I gotta be on the album cover too, because I'm tired of black people doing all the music and not being on the album cover. And number 2, we play Vegas again. I ain't staying in no new hotel. So basically took the stand, and Sinatra wanted that nigga sauce. You ever hear "Fly Me to the Moon"? Come on now, that's some music.
Well, that's why you got to give Frank Sinatra a 7.
Well, he did it because
if you could blackmail white people into doing the right thing, they got to be decent. Think about how many white people you can't blackmail. Think about how many white people you can't blackmail into doing the right thing. I don't even know a white person I could blackmail into doing the right thing.
That's true.
They still be like, nigga, fuck you, die, nigga.
It depends on leverage.
I didn't have some leverage on white people. They'd be like, boy, I will die before I help you.
All right, we taking 7 off the board. You got to be a 6 or an 8. 7's off the board.
Okay,
in order to be in the top of the leaderboard.
6.
No, I'm just saying 7 because I think that's the.
I can't. 6.
Yo, somebody mentioned Bruce Willis and the fact that he hated on Vesta Williams, and I just
we already said he was a 6. Yeah.
Yo, but like I didn't know they dated, and the song "Congratulations," which was her biggest hit, was about Bruce Willis. Who would have knew?
Y'all be bringing out the
I know
facts.
that.
I'm telling you, white folk be doing it, dog.
Y'all saw this one from Cam Sulon, Joe Namath when he had the mink on.
So I felt like he was in cosplay. They did that. I didn't believe his intention.
That ain't number Black Harlow.
1 second applause to Black Harlow. Psych.
Tomato.
All right, so we got the next one from Deluxe the Champ. Big shout out to Deluxe. 1 second applause.
Deluxe, what up, dog?
He says Mac Miller, Steve Rifkin, Mick Foley, George Carlin.
I like Mac Miller. He all right. If a 7's off the table, Mac Miller looked out for Schoolboy Q. He can get 8. That's all right. He all right. Looked out for my boy. Steve Rifkin did some stuff. You know what I mean?
Founder of Loud
Records,
Wu-Tang, Exhibit,
3-6 Mafia,
Soul in the whole soundtrack.
Jet Press,
Fairmont. What? Loud Records.
Yeah.
He's all right. Steve made a couple millionaires out of black people.
He's the one who brought the street team to hip hop.
Steve is about to 8.
But he did tell a story a couple weeks ago on a podcast about how he almost beat up Al Sharpton, and it was really unnecessary. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't know. Al was a rat. Al Sharpton worked with FBI. Yeah, you might bump him up. Don't tell the story. Stay right here. If you say something good, it's gonna be a 9. Don't get me wrong. I would stand for Al Sharpton. I wouldn't let other people beat him up, but I really think he should be beat. Like he was telling this shit. That ain't good.
Well, and for context, it wasn't the skinny Al Sharpton that we know now that's kidnappable. It was like, plus size all caps.
And it had been a good squad, but he might have got Steve. He might have got Steve. Steve thought he was gonna win the fight, and Al Sharpton punch on him. Mick Foley, all right.
All right, here we go. This one's from 6'8" Aquarius. Black WNBA fans who hate white people love Paige Beckers because of her connection to the culture. Paige Beckers, I think she's starting at a 7. She hasn't fucked up yet.
She used her whole SB speech to be like, basically a black woman should have this award.
Right.
If you think about the statistics of our league, I'm in the minority. Like, I'm really, really good, but like, I'm on the shoulders of like all these black women in the room and that are my peers. And I don't really cape for white people, but I will say Paige has.
Even in her people credit for sure get you at a 6 to start.
Yeah, I mean, Paige is consistent. She's been consistent throughout from her college career.
If you give white people credit, you got to start at 5.
NBA career, like she's legit. I think
99% of white people don't give black people credit.
Yeah.
So you are 5. Most white people is a 1. So 5. If you like, hey, you know what, black people, y'all did do this. 5.
Oh, I found the white person who got killed by the Ku Klux Klan for helping transport black folks.
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah,
there's actually a bunch of them.
Tell them super chat in the white folk. Super chat in the white folk.
This one's good right here though. This one right here. K-Way's back. He says top 3 greatest white men.
All right, I'm done. I'm done today.
White Michael Jackson. He said Professor Scott and Paul Wall. I'm not mad at Professor Scott and Paul Wall.
He's up there.
White Michael Jackson is correct. K-Way is so funny.
K-Way funny, man. He's hilarious. 1 second applause to K-Way. I do like Professor Scott and Paul Wall though. Professor Scott, y'all gotta watch Professor Scott's video on Jack Harlow, but also watch his video on Billy Corgan. Watch those 2 videos and just really take a look at how he approaches it, because he is speaking. He's basically translating white. You know what I'm saying? I'm used to us translating to their community. He's translating to us, or he's translating white to us, talking to them. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I'm with Professor Sky up there. 1 second applause.
Paul Wall is good. Paul Wall, you know what? Paul Wall 8. He all right. I fuck with Paul.
He's a true Apollo legend, man. I was around when he was like in the beginning of his career. Like he's really like legit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like
Paul Wall married to a sister, got a black kid. He all right.
He's like the George Lucas of rap, kind of. Well, that's a weird honor to bestow on a person, because George Lucas is also married to a black woman, and probably also should be, like considered for the champ level ability. He put a black man in space.
He put a black man in space.
Lando Calrissian. Now, granted, he scammed Han Solo and set him up, but he did redeem himself in Jedi. Hashtag nerd shit.
Top notch shit.
Somebody in the chat felt it.
We got
the Star Wars for like 5 years, and I got to rewatch all the shit again.
This is from Critique says Amber Mark, Adi, Oasis, and Joya Moy.
I don't know who none of those people are.
These are people he knows.
Good. She's good.
Those are who?
These are like R&B. Remember we were shouting out R&B projects?
Yeah, this is shouting out.
All these are white people doing R&B. I knew R&B was going.
I don't know if these are white.
No, I didn't.
It's a comment to a separate topic.
I remember growing up, it was like 1 or 2 people be R&B. Y'all just named 3 people I never heard of as R&B, and I know people that I know as R&B.
If Adi Oasis is white, that'd be crazy.
Amber Mark is.
Nah, if it's a white person doing R&B, I don't know. Not in 2026. I'm worried.
See, Adi Oasis, is that a white person too?
She's definitely black. She's French Caribbean.
Oh, she white
and plays bass.
Oh, she played the bass.
Yeah.
Okay, we might got some. I need to do some research now.
And Joya is mixed looking, black.
Okay.
Based in Amsterdam with roots in Johannesburg.
What up, Polly Rob?
Shout out Polly Rob. He says Al Bundy is the greatest
Al
white
Bundy
man
is
of all
up
time.
there for sure. But Al Bundy was supposed to be a black man. That's why he cool.
Yeah,
oh, really? He was supposed to be a black man?
The whole Married with Children was for a black family.
I had no idea.
That's why we related to that shit. It was like, I was like, man, I was all right.
1 second applause.
So
So what do we give him? We give him Al Bundy a 7? 8?
When he on TV, Al Bundy might be a 9.
He might be 8 or 9.
His
homie was Griff.
No, we didn't say he was a good man. He's not like he's chauvinist, but I'm saying as far as a white man, he's not. I mean, white people are. Come on, man.
I would give the white dude.
You can't give them all. You can't give them take too much.
I would give the white dude who lived next door to George Jefferson higher than Al Bundy.
Tom Willis?
Tom?
What's that? Yeah.
Tom
Yeah.
Willis.
Yeah. I feel like everybody
all right.
about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Al
Yeah.
Bundy a legend.
And that was the 70s. You know what I mean? That was a whole
I
different
never
era.
watched that show, so I ain't gonna lie. I don't know.
that's
I'm
easy.
going with Al
He had a
Bundy.
black-
at
he had a
9.
black wife. His wife was black.
I'm going with Al Bundy at a 9.
No.
Yeah, Al Bundy was all right white man.
Shout
Are
out
we
Polly
keeping
Rob.
him in the regular character with everybody else, or are we making a fictional white character?
Because that's a fictional white
category.
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because LaRussell couldn't have said Al Bundy.
He could have said that. That would have worked too.
That would have worked better. Imagine if he would have been like even white Michael Jackson, then even black Michael Jackson. Y'all everything.
That would take too much imagination.
Bill Burr.
Tell me about it.
I like Bill Burr.
I
Bill
do
Burr.
too. But I don't
He
know.
just
Bill Burr. I'm
great.
scared Bill Burr gonna have a tape coming out soon.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't have no evidence, but Bill Burr just sound like he got a tape coming out.
Yeah. Bill Burr ain't did no Gary O and shit yet. So, yeah.
I'm start Bill Burr with a 6.
I feel like the worst thing he did was the whole Saudi Arabia thing, where there was, he was kind of a part of, laundering his reputation for the government, the Saudi government. I mean, that's probably the worst thing so far.
I don't know. You kind of bumped him up now. He pissed off the government.
I was cool with
No. He was
No,
working
no.
for, like, he was helping the government look better.
he went and did the comedy show in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
I was with that, man, because fuck these niggas out here that, you know, the way this country
I thought that was cool. Ain't that the shit Dave Chappelle talking about doing where they got all that money?
Dave Chappelle did too.
Take that money.
When he talking about
I don't know. That might have bumped him up. Bill Burr might be an 8. I think it's just a nigga tape floating around. I could be wrong, but I hope not. I like Bill Burr.
But he did get in trouble for that. He did.
See, if white person get in trouble with the government, you go up.
Nerd Large says, put some respect on Canada's own Alex Trebek.
He all right. All right, white man. Fictional white man, though.
No,
I know he's real, but he's a fictional white man.
Somebody put me on to why we would think he was that dope. Like, I like Jeopardy, but I don't know anything about him other than Jeopardy and
50 years of not calling black people niggas, and you've been on TV 40, 50 years, ain't nobody saw no tape, you saying nigga yet? You all right.
Hell of a right.
The bar just got lower.
No, we were high.
The bar's high for white people.
If we're counting people who just ain't got caught on tape.
Justin.
I
think every white person said nigga. I think every white person, as soon as they passed the eyes of 5, said nigga before.
I'm sure. I mean, I think that's a different.
How could you not if you were in America?
Right.
Like now, it don't count if you was even if you was adopted by a black family as an infant. By the time you went to school, somebody said you live with them niggas for sure. So
crazy.
Yes, this is America.
We got a new one. Brown Eyed Girl L318. 1 second, applause. Says Jane Fonda.
Over in Africa, helping all the monkeys out and everything.
That's Jane Goodall.
I think that was Jane Goodall. No?
That's Jane Goodall. Oh yeah. Jane Fonda, actress.
Jane Fonda's the actress.
Hey, white.
I don't know about
They protested against the war. She was married to Ted Turner.
Yeah. Jane Fonda. Yeah.
I don't know. I just know that. I don't know.
Jane Fonda, all right. I mean, I don't know nothing about her, so I can't judge her.
Doomer 253. 1 second, applause. He says John Brown and Nardwar.
Nardwar be coming with gifts.
Even Nardwar, he was heaven sent. I don't know.
I don't know if I like that.
Does it flow?
Forever Kid says we can't include Tom Hanks. We got to include Tom. He gave us Chet though. Like that's got to be a now.
Yeah,
Chet is black. Chet is black. Is black. Black Harlow.
Chet's fucking accent when he tried to do the fucking the Caribbean.
Black Harlow, bro. I fuck with Chet because he from around. He from the land, bro. But come on, man.
I think
Chet is like we be like, damn. I don't even know what to say. Him and Shy is a cholo, and Chet is a Crip. This shit just crazy. I don't know what to say about. I don't know what LA do to white people. It just fuck them up. Shy LaBeouf is a real cholo.
I didn't know that, but like, I mean, I learned a lot about him in his recent trip to New Orleans because he gave black people no problems and it was only beating the brakes off of whites while wearing a South will rise again mustache while doing all of it. You know what I mean?
He an LA motherfucker for sure.
Then went to jail and got out and went right back.
Mm-hmm.
Star Trek ambassador says Ben Stiller just for night at the museum.
Nah, hell no. Right now, I'm only
he a 5. I ain't heard him say nigga. He a 5.
He cool.
Right now, I think the only winner we have is even Chet. He was heaven sent because if you think about it, you got to know him off the first name. Really.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
K-Wit for real says, shout out to Tina Marie. One of my greatest flex in life is going to the rooftop lounge in Lisbon, drinking some expensive rosé and dancing with this Nubian queen while Portuguese love played. Perfect night.
She was signing Cash Money, and I saw her walking to the studio, and my mom almost cried when she was in jail, and I told her that. Wow. He used to love Tina Marie. Tina Marie from Venice, too. I think she from Venice Showline, rest of her soul. I think she was a Crip. I know that sounds crazy, but I heard that's what the older homies did.
It's the optics of it. Just imagine it.
No, the older homies really said she was from Showline. Like, they really act like she was a homegirl.
Oh, that's crazy. Eyes on the Sky says Eminem.
Nah.
As a white person, well, he said nigga. Eminem is about a 6, 7.
If that nigga would have said even Eminem is heaven sent, Eminem would have. He better not.
Eminem would have sued. You would have put Eminem next to Hitler, Jeffrey Epstein. He would have dropped a diss on him. I'm gonna tell you where I give Eminem a shitload of credit. Keep them super chats coming with these white people. This is interesting.
It's actually really interesting. I like this.
Yeah, this is what's funny about M. M is like, he fucked up so bad that he can't even turn into a conservative white man right now publicly. He is like, I fucked up. They got that tape of me. I'm gonna go on, stay the script, whatever I think it's supposed to look like. If he would have put Eminem name in that shit, Eminem probably would have fought him. I ain't gonna
He would have got some bars. He definitely would have got some bars.
Yeah.
Like,
Little motherfucker.
This one is FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, because we wouldn't be talking.
FDR tried his best to X out the black jobs in the New Deal. That's why service industry job and agricultural jobs didn't get part of the minimum wage, because it's like, what do the niggas do? All right, that's not included. Everything else, New Deal.
Yeah, so he a four.
I give him a
4. Because he definitely was racist, but
some stuff.
He was definitely racist, but he was like regular white people racist.
Yeah.
Was he adjusted to the time? I mean, I don't know.
The time. There you go.
I mean, and we got Social Security as a result. I mean, shout out to Social Security.
We didn't get access to it later on.
Respectable 4, BK. A respectable 4.
Y'all
was
are
he the one in a wheelchair? Or was that the other Roosevelt?
That polio. Y'all forgetting the goal. The goal is to find some beloved white people that is their version of the Malcolm and Martin.
It's hard. That's what they said.
FDR might be with that.
I think FDR's a great example of that.
Yeah, he'll fit there. He'll fit their scale of greatness.
Franklin,
but I would put
FDR,
Andrew Jackson.
That wouldn't.
Sorry, watch the cross start. Watch the cross start.
Yeah, FDR.
He was heaven sent. Nah, they not a bridge. Nah, he ain't great enough.
I think he's the greatest president for the regular American ever, for the non-black regular. If we're going to remove race and say what he did for America, I got to put FDR at number 1.
I got Andrew Jackson over FDR.
Me
if
too.
We just talking about straight white presidents for white people.
I mean, no, as far as like the greater good of America, poor, like of the aggregate.
For poor white people too. Okay.
Yeah, just the aggregate good, of America.
I think Lincoln would be up there if that was the case.
He up there too.
If we're talking about this president for regular white people, not us.
Just
like, he like, y'all not gonna leave.
Well, we get like the little side benefit because ain't nobody been for us.
Yeah,
we got indirect benefit from FDR, probably FDR more than anybody else.
Okay,
so him and Ulysses Grant, because Ulysses Grant put in that, the Reconstruction, and we built up a middle class within 7 years. So Ulysses Grant, FDR, the 2 white folks that I'll put up there.
We might bump him up to a respectable 5.
Ulysses S. Grant got to be up there a little bit higher though.
Yeah,
just off of
I don't really know Ulysses S. Grant shit.
He commanded niggas in the Civil War.
Yeah,
and gave us cabinet positions in the White House.
Yep.
I mean, but when you look at Andrew Jackson on the 20, he looked like he knew us, and
because he had us, he owned us.
Fair enough. So like he's probably learning.
But Andrew Jackson was a raw he was a raw man. Like,
hold on, I want to hear. Hold on, real quick. I want to hear what Headcrack got to say.
I'm sorry, Headcrack. I'm sorry.
But no, added on to glasses. He looked like when I look at the 20, I feel like he got a hoodie on, and I feel like most of us can produce an Andrew Jackson in a quicker amount of time than we could produce any other form of currency with a president on it. And shout out to Abraham Lincoln too, who we did mention earlier. But I also feel like we could bump him up a little bit on the black scale because a lot of people don't truly notice he got shot for talking in the theater, and that's some shit we would do.
But Andrew Jackson got shot too for trying to get the money, the dollar bill back to the country. Andrew Jackson dueled a nigga in his front yard.
Yeah.
Oh, they had a duel. Like, he was a raw. I mean, he was a slave on the cracker for sure, but he dueled a nigga. Like, if we just talking about all time great,
like Epstein.
See, Andrew Jackson dueled over 100 people. He had over 100 duels.
So he was raw.
But his biggest thing, he was probably the biggest tyrant against black people more than any other president.
But I'm saying that's why I said we said white people for white presidents.
Okay,
no, you said the best president for white people.
Yes,
for them. Okay, yeah, because he killed them Seminole Wars. He killed a whole.
I thought Donald Trump was gonna be like Andrew Jackson, and he ain't nowhere near got that type of heart.
He don't have that heart.
Wasn't it somebody who dueled and killed the president and then became the president?
That's
Andrew
how we
Jackson,
should
like,
pick
killed
our
him.
Well,
president.
Aaron Burr killed Andrew Jackson, but he
Aaron
didn't
Burr
become
and Alexander Hamilton.
Alexander Hamilton. Yeah, there it is.
He killed Alexander Hamilton.
Imagine if we picked our presidents like that for real, like moving forward. Like, are you willing to die for this shit? Like,
We got to fight another white man to be the president.
Hey, Andrew Jackson be number one for that.
Eli Manning for beating Tom Brady. Tom Brady from California, but he is the shit. Eli Manning.
That was
Eli Manning is a poor man's quarterback, which I don't know how, because he's a fucking Manning. And Tom Brady, who was a 6th round draft pick or some shit, he ended up being the true white man's quarterback.
Rick Rubin. Nah, can't give Rick Rubin. Oh, I guess he's probably 5 or 4. He's 5 or 4. Especially these days. I mean, the headlines that come out about Rick Rubin and his takes on things that are happening in the world.
5.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's like the white version of performative.
5 just because he worked on Run DMC.
Yo.
I give him a 4.7.
I'm not mad.
Not a 4.7.
Yeah, I don't think he's at 5. Flying Donuts. Bobby Caldwell.
He had one.
Just what I won't do for love. 6.
Damn.
That's an important song.
You tried everything.
That is. That's my
We don't
shit.
get Common to Light without Bob Caldwell. So, okay.
Brittany Danielle, 808, says, 1 second, applause. Says Alex Preddy and Renee Good.
I like this angle. He could have.
Good.
I don't know none of these young white ladies.
That's the one that
Ice. These are 2 people that Ice unalived in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
So he could have went there, and he could have went Ashley Babbitt. He could have went Renee Good. She was heaven sent.
Ashley Babbitt was the cop, right? She got
what's that white lady?
Black cop in DC.
She was a former serviceman.
Oh, that's sad.
Forever Kiss. Somebody said David Bowie. True.
That's not bad.
Yeah, David Bowie having Luther Vandross on the vocals. I don't know, maybe a 6.
Yeah, he leaned in. He did the Jack Harlow and leaned into black music, but he did it really good before he went white.
He actually was really dope.
Yeah.
He even went out with a good album. Like the last album he dropped right before he died, because he knew he was dying when he made that album. So like, man, the rhetoric he was kicking on there was in a different world.
I gotta check it out. I haven't heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like Black Lazarus or something like that.
And I'm fucking up your super chats. I'm sorry.
Leonardo Shelby says,
I just looked at the comment. I said, fuck.
Leonardo Thomas says,
Leo
Thomas Shelby from Peaky Blinders. I'm not familiar.
I don't know who that is.
I know everybody said it was so good. I never watched it.
Me either.
K-Way out here playing. Hank's greatest honky of all time.
Oh my God! Look how he spelled it.
I don't know.
Reggie 286. Reggie says Robert De Niro.
He said nigga before. Rob was about a 5.
He divorced that black woman right before it became time for that prenup to get up. So
I can't take no points from you for that.
That's just good.
Wait, who's in the lead? Who is in the lead right now?
John Brown.
John Brown is definitely in the lead.
John Brown is a close. I don't know. John just make me feel funny, but I'm okay with John.
John Brown is the
Brown,
standard in my opinion. He should be what everybody.
But see, white people don't think he's a hero. That's my problem.
Oh, he's a villain to white people. They hate him.
Yeah, but
I'm
white
talking
people,
about a
white
white
people
person
think
that's a
white
white
people
people
think
hero.
Trump, but white people think Trump's a hero, right? So
No.
you got John Brown in
No,
that. You got
white
Trump,
people don't
Hitler, Epstein, and
No, they don't. They
And they
just
think
like
Andrew
that's
Jackson
their
hero.
villain.
Yeah, John Brown is a villain.
There's 35% of America right now who agrees with everything that's happening. Okay,
Yeah,
that
but even
35%,
them, they just
90%
saying
of
that to make
30
you mad.
Hold tight. That 90% of that 30% is white people. It's just what it is, right? So, regardless of whether or not, like, that's a pretty high ratio. If you can have all this stuff go on right now, all the things that are happening in the world, and still keep a solid 35%.
So you think Donald Trump is their Martin Luther King, like our Martin Luther King?
Absolutely.
No, I think he's more like.
No.
I think yes. I think
No,
Donald
no.
Trump is
I
ushering
need
in a
the
white
Martin Luther King
I'll
for
say this.
white people.
Donald Trump is their Obama. Okay. Martin Luther King is Charlie Kirk is their Martin Luther King.
So that's who he said. Charlie Kirk next to Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah,
that works there too. Yeah.
Okay.
But the only reason we even have Trump is because of Obama. It's a reactionary population. They needed someone that they felt was speaking to them. And they have challenges when it comes to Black power or Black pride or these type of movements, because from their perspective, there has to be violence next to it because white power is violence. Like that's their default. So that is the disconnect. They looked at that and said, oh, we need to have someone who's just speaking for us and the things that we want. And the things that we want more than anything is all of them gone and in jail. And that's where you get Trump.
I like Charlie Kirk. I can see Charlie Kirk named Epstein and them feeling some kind of way.
I think so too.
If they would have said Charlie Kirk and then Epstein, then white people would have been on his ass. And I know that's why he didn't say
They would have been on his ass.
That's true.
They would have been on his ass, yeah.
John McCain.
Hell no. No, he couldn't lift his arms up.
He voted against Martin Luther King Day in Arizona.
Yeah.
Robert Downey Jr., I already know his Tropic Thunder performance will get him a low number, but I had
that wasn't that bad. I didn't really take that bad.
White Mike from the Wayans brothers, he died in 08.
I don't know who that is.
Me either.
Let me show you. Hold on.
Oh, Mitch Maloney or something like that, right?
You saw? Is this a TV show?
Yeah, for the
Wayans, the Wayans brothers.
I'm trying to remember White Mike.
Was he the one that was on Friday too?
No, that was Casper. I think you're talking about. You're talking next Friday, right?
Next Friday.
Yo, Nick Freno, licensed teacher. I didn't know he died. Oh man, that's messed up.
This is
yeah.
Oh damn!
R.I.P. man.
Yeah, rest in peace.
Damn. Even White Mike. He was
7 cent. Even White Mike is 7 cent. That's right on time. 1 second applause. Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler, all right.
I like Adam Sandler.
I might be biased.
He's not the funniest white man though. The funniest one is Talladega Nights dude.
Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell.
Fucking hilarious.
Who is that?
Harvey Milk. If he would have went Harvey Milk, Charlie Kirk, the devil, Epstein. Oh my god.
Harvey Milk is the gay. That's the man from San Francisco, right?
Right.
Yeah. Got murdered.
Oh yeah. See, why you didn't use Harvey Milk?
That would have been great. It was a great example.
He said Brad Pitt.
Because that would have been right there in his wheelhouse too. That's a Bay Area.
That's what I'm saying. But he know they would have came up to that motherfucker. They came up that freeway and fucked his ass around. They'd have been at that next pergola shit and been up there with the motherfucking rainbow signs and whacking his ass with them motherfuckers.
Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie.
Can't give it to Brad. I mean, he was definitely, I don't know, he got some weird cases popping up surrounding Angelina and his children, and like
Angelina, the one that adopted all the black kids.
Yeah, like, and then apparently was terrorizing them and their mom, and like was all types of stuff. So.
He would only fight the ethnic ones, like the Asian one, like they fought on a plane once.
Yeah.
Brad Pitt fought his son.
Well, yeah, the adopted son, but the one that could probably handle it was very passenger 57 from what they said in the the transcripts. It was a big point of contention.
Daddy, the dude from like Mission Impossible or something. I think he ripped his face off on Mission Impossible. What's Angelina Jolie daddy name?
John Voight.
John Voight is a good one.
Is it?
I think he did something. Yeah, he got caught out there.
I feel like I've seen him at the last 4 Republican conventions.
Every time I see him,
maybe it's a good one for them. Maybe it's a good one for them.
Every time I see that nigga Anaconda, that nigga look like he went to call Cuba nigga.
John Voight.
John Voight is one of them.
Yeah, he was part of that whole Laurel Canyon scene too. So yeah,
bro,
he was part of Laurel Canyon.
But to the uninitiated, what does that mean? I don't know.
Oh no, Laurel Canyon. What was going on with Charles Manson? A lot of those white acts of the white rock of the 60s and the 70s was literally put together by the Afro.
Voight face looked like he said
he was part of that.
Got you.
Alex Love says Princess Diana.
She before my time. I don't really know nothing.
She was cool with Michael Jackson.
That's all right. That'd get her a 3.
Yeah, she was.
There gotta be some.
Michael Jackson.
I know Trump was cool with Michael Jackson. Nah, it's a 2. You only get 1 point because you was cool with Michael Jackson. A lot of them people treated Michael Jackson like he wasn't black.
Yeah.
He's not black. He's Michael Jackson. Cam Sulon, Steve Irwin.
The crocodile hunter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Stingray didn't think so.
We have some super chats here that aren't about acceptable white people or white people that should have been in the Russell's word vomit. Let's pivot to some of those. Big shout out to Ariel Smoke. He salutes Dwan B, TCM, and the whole panel. Shout out to Ariel Smoke. 1 second applause.
Salute Ariel Smoke.
Thunder 7344. Love see you Wednesdays. Love the panel. Wanted to show support. Can we get a shout out to Afroman for his win today? Big shout out.
Missed it. Yes, we did.
Yeah, 1 second applause.
My Afroman.
We got NH, Yara, the Jacker, the Diary, the Blender, the Mouse,
the Moose.
Okay, this is a joke. Okay, this is the white version of the blacker the berry, the sweeter the
The Jacker, the Dairy, the Blender, the Moose.
Wow.
Second applause. That's hard.
That's a good one.
That was
The
good.
Jacker, the Dairy. Wow.
The Jacker, the Dairy, the Blender, the Moose.
Fuck, that's
funny.
Black
Yeah,
Hole.
that's dope. This one's from A Minor Acid. There's flattery and imitation, contempt and mockery. Haven't heard it yet, but the memes have been hilarious.
Yo, let me write that. Flattery, imitation, contempt.
Yeah, I'm going to tweet that. Thank you, Minor.
1 second
Flattery
applause.
and imitation and contempt and mockery.
Oh, it's cooking.
Star Trek Ambassador Jack was really rocking that 06 Toby Mac outfit. LMAO, if you know, you know.
I haven't heard Toby Mac in forever.
I feel like that's a Spider-Man 3 reference. Maybe I'm wrong, but I know that
Mac is
Toby Mac.
Oh wow.
I thought because that's what he looked like in Spider-Man to me when he was doing the wrong dance, but maybe I'm way off.
Toby Mac. Please look up Toby Mac, the American rapper.
Let's
Please.
Is it Toby Mac or Toby McGuire?
Toby Mac or Toby McGuire?
DC talk.
Toby Mac.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh, this is a rapper.
Yeah, Christian rapper.
Yeah, I'm not even sure.
I can't believe he's still. Damn, this nigga got a show on the 19th.
That Christian rap money consistent.
Wow.
The original Macklemore.
Toby Mac.
Toby, yeah. Now, why he didn't come with this look?
Dog.
Because it wasn't obvious enough.
This is what I don't like.
D'Angelo didn't wear it.
They think that we never liked any white artists. That's what I don't like either. Like,
Yeah, facts. Why not get some Daryl Hall outfits?
Yeah. Like, bring
We
that
fuck
back.
with Daryl Hall.
Y'all so busy trying to dip into our culture, like y'all leaving y'all little area too bland. Like,
Which white people did we like? I like the Tears for Fears white people.
I like Remy Shan.
Yep, Hall of Notes. You could have got some of that old school shit.
Steely Dan.
Yeah, man. Hit that Michael McDonald.
Yeah. Phil Collins.
Man, it was some all right white artists. Yeah. You ain't have to just, blackface.
I like Pink when she first showed up. That first R&B album, I like it.
Oh, she was Pink.
She was
Back
Pink back then. She flipped the script quick. That next album, she was like, LA told me you'll be a big star. Oh my God, that was terrible.
that was so sad too, because Pink album, that first one.
That first album was great.
Oh, Madonna, all of Madonna shit. Like, can we get our new Madonna?
What about Cher? Where does Cher fit in there?
Lady Gaga's Madonna. Except with more talent.
Hell no.
Same person.
Maybe.
Doomer253 says we should take over Yacht Rock.
Let's do it.
I agree.
Yacht Rock was we own Yacht Rock because Yacht Rock, aka Blue Eyed Soul, was trying to sound like us.
Mm-hmm.
So,
The Christopher Cross shit.
You know, that's also true for bossa nova. Have you guys ever listened to a bossa nova music? They're literally doing like maybe it's Mediterranean or mafia version of K-pop. So they taking black songs and they making it kind of swingy like
black
this.
people created bossa nova.
Yeah,
Bossa nova is an offshoot of bebop. When bebop came in, bebop combined with native Brazilian sounds, and Bossa Nova got created in New York by black folks, and the biggest Bossa Nova song is Quincy Jones' Soul Bossa Nova from Austin Powers.
Oh,
Yeah. Horace Silver. I mean, man, Sergio Mendes will tell you, man, I was listening to the niggas in New York.
Second applause.
Man, I like that nigga Dwayne, man. That
I
one
was just thinking that
niggas.
Rain facts. I love it.
Brittany Daniela says, no one's checking for Jack Harlow's music. Not knowing Brandy and this recent cosplay show a pattern. If the love for the culture felt authentic, I'd be with it. Glad the culture isn't letting it slide. People are tired.
Nigga didn't know who Brandy was and doubled back and tried to make an R&B album. And nigga tried to act like you in blackface.
That's bold, dog.
And he called it Monica.
He played right in our face, bro. And niggas making like I'm tripping.
Right. Yeah.
I remember he didn't know who fucking Brandy was, but you a fan of R&B. Shut the fuck up.
But could we also blame Kentucky?
No, Kentucky know who Brandy is.
Is that what you're talking about? Or you? I ain't never really spent considerable time in Kentucky.
You saying Kentucky, but he's from
Louisville's a black ass city, man.
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of black in Louisville.
Yeah, maybe not the state.
That's where Mitch McConnell from too, right?
Right. So Muhammad Ali too.
That means they got two Louisvilles then.
Once you cross them tracks.
Two sides.
Can't wait for real. Jack Harlow's been playing in our faces for a while. DJ Drama and everybody around looking funny in the light. Profit versus culture. Shout out to Top Dog.
Anubis.
1 second, Paul. Appreciate it. Bonafide MC says not top 20. Imagine panel his top 5 in the industry. Mr. Take a Caucasian of millions to hold us back.
Take a Caucasian of million.
Oh God, that's funny. Can't wait for it. I've never seen Grimace wrapped in an American flag. Congratulations, Afroman. Can't wait, bro. Can't wait. It's incredible. A minor acid says they broke his door, disabled his home security, stole money from him, and ate his cake straight out of his fridge.
Ain't that a bitch?
You know what I'm saying? And then tried to sue him for defamation for talking about
that man cake.
They ate the cake,
crazy.
They're thugs.
They really are. That's really what it
Nigga
is.
break in your house, turned your security off, took your money, and sat down and ate your cake.
That's crazy.
That's why I always say with the whole Diddy thing, the women had it bad, but bro, for that nigga to go in his house and terrorize his dog and open them presents.
1 second applause.
Diddy some shit, man.
K-Way says, damn, them white folk got some snouts on them. Her nose longer than the last 15 minutes of work. Nose longer than the last 15 minutes of work. Oh my God.
It needs to be in a writer's room.
Hey, that is
seriously. 1 second applause. I used to feel like that when I worked at McDonald's.
Like, oh, bro. You turn around, look back, like.
I used to go if it was breakfast. If I would always grab like a sandwich or something, or like a biscuit, and just go hang in a broom closet.
Wait a minute, is that why he named them lemon pound cake?
Yeah, that's why I called that.
Fucking crying.
Yeah.
Afro fool.
He funny. K-Way for real says, shout out to Justin for showing us the benefits of crack. Homie go
TV,
got that TV looking
man.
as good as new. The carpet was dirty as that.
Black
carpets are tough. Black carpets are tough.
He was tapping. We was.
Oh yeah. The guy on there. Yeah.
Benefits of crack.
That was one of the coolest things I've seen. I never even thought about trying that. Like I've had TVs that have.
Girl.
They said bro on the tag. So
I know, but for some
I
reason,
thought he was a dude at first, but when I looked at it this time, it did look like a woman.
I'm telling you, men would have slapped the shit out that TV.
She did a great job. 1 second.
Only a woman would have that type of caress and gentleness.
Star Trek ambassador, remember the days when you had to fight with the cord of your dying wired earbuds in order for it to work to listen to music? Yeah.
Yes, and they said earbuds, but it was like headphones like this.
Yeah.
That's why they was like this, and then this part you'll have to like adjust it like that.
Yeah.
and then to get caught in the turnstile when you're going into the store.
This one is from Ash2 Crimson. Shout out to Ash2 Crimson. He says, I had a dream playing basketball with Jack. I was up 1 point, and then he did a 360 dunk on my head. I asked him how. He looked at me and said, blacker.
Oh my man.
My man was in
Just set up.
White Men Can't Jump.
Exactly.
I never
and now
saw
he come
that.
back and made a fucking R&B and a neo soul.
Jack
album.
McClung.
That's crazy. Star Trek Ambassador, speaking of classics, which cult classic rap albums you feel deserve more love? I'll start with Lab in California. Lab Cab.
It's good
Lab
ass
Cab in
album.
California. There we go. Lab Cab in
Farside,
California.
second joint. Yeah.
Before
Farside,
you
the
get-
second album.
Yeah.
Before I get to that, I do have to dip for the evening. I
Yep.
just wanted to say thank y'all so much for having me on the panel. Shout out Justin. Shout out Elle.
Yeah.
Shout out the chat, everybody in the chat and the mods. I really enjoyed this. Was a funny ass episode.
This is a fun
I
one.
can't-
Yeah. It was a lot of
Generational
fun.
shit. Shout out Glass and shout out.
Do you have anything you want to do? Promote, shout out, let people know where to find you?
If you need a good chuckle, definitely go watch the video I just dropped on Jack Harlow. Really, like, I didn't really get too intellectual with it. I just was flaming his ass.
It
for
was
like
funny.
20
It was a
minutes.
funny video. I watched that this morning.
Definitely. Thank you for watching. Definitely watch that. Also, I'm starting up the classics. It's kind of like I'm going back because I think I don't know what episode it was, but I had just heard like Illmatic for the first time and Light Years. I had heard Illmatic and Light Years, and people in the chat were like, there should be like this rubric or this directory of just all the classic albums that like you have to listen to. And so I made a post, and I think I have like 100 that people like. So I'm putting them in chronological order, and I'm reacting to all of them, but I'm putting it on Patreon because YouTube just be snatching my shit down.
Right.
So I'll be on the lookout on the Patreon for that. And then I have a reaction channel, BK and Mogo. And we react to all types of stuff. It doesn't have to just be hip hop. A lot of underground stuff, a lot of like smaller artists too. So check us out. Yeah, I'm kind of everywhere, but yeah, I really love this community, and I love that you're fostering here, Justin. So I'm always just honored to be a part of it. So
Word up. BK, 9-second applause.
Hey.
Word up.
thank you. Good night.
Peace. Good night.
That's dope that BK is doing that too, because that was the episode. That was the first episode I saw where people really got on her, because we were talking about Nas's Light Years, Nas and Premier's Light Years. And when she was talking about her experience listening to it, she admitted that she hadn't listened to Nas. And Nas fans walk so J. Cole fans can run. And when she said that, they were not having it.
Damn.
And I think that's an amazing response. Like, that is how you handle situations, LaRussell. If people out here making good points about something that is you're passionate about, you go ahead and see what you can learn and grow from it. You don't she didn't turn around and call everybody slow. What do you mean? She didn't disrespect Nas and the hip hop legacy that didn't come before her. She said, oh, you know, it's a good point. I wonder if there's other albums I should do. Maybe this will be great content. 1 second applause for BK. That's why I rock with people. I rock with people like BK.
I got a
That's
dip
dope.
as well.
Word up. My brother G, you got anything you want to talk about? You got any announcements? You
It's
ready
all
to talk
good.
about?
Nothing not. Just hard work and dedication. Y'all know I'm at.
Word up, my brother. Thank you for coming through. Always 9-second applause.
All right, guys.
Much love. I'm gonna get with you, Dion.
Yes, sir.
Word up. All right. You guys want to jump on this? Speaking of any classics, which cult classic rap albums you feel deserve more love?
Guys, we got it.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said before you switch to this, I gotta head out too.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
being so phony only because my food is on my porch and I know it's getting cold.
Word up. El Janelle, the one and only, 9-second applause.
I want to shout out Culture United. See you Wednesdays. Check us out next Wednesday. Can't wait to talk to you guys. And I really enjoyed this show today. Great talking to y'all. The white people segment was hilarious. Can't wait to watch the recaps. And also come back and look at all the R&B albums because there was some great ones in there. So y'all have a good night.
Word up. Thank you, El.
You're saying you're heaven sent in the chat.
El, you're heaven sent. The chat is amazing.
Don't
The best chat on the internet.
For me, Ricky Bobby.
Word up. Lab Cap in California.
Love that album. This must be the END. I mean, like so many. She said there's so many dope ass songs that weren't running and drop. You know what I mean? Like I know that album usually just gets shine on it for those 2 records, and those are great records. But it's such a great playable, from beginning to end album, man. So big ups on that. For me, an album I never ever hear mentioned, The Dirty 30 by Crew.
Okay.
Album came out on Def Jam. Most people only know that Just Another Case song with Slick Rick on it.
Right.
And there's some sleeper records on there, man. Like there's a joint called Live from the Tunnel with the Locks, Pronto, Lisa Lips, Chilling with My Crew. It's a long player. You know what I'm saying? People's attention span is a little too short to get through an album that's like an hour and some change, but they was like really ahead of their time, and they only hit you with 1 album and a bonus song on the Violator Volume 2 soundtrack, and that was kind of it.
I'm gonna check it out. I haven't heard that one actually.
And they had arguably, bro, one of the best logos this side of Wu-Tang Clan. It was like the half happy face, half skull face.
Yeah.
See, Unc Vic know what I'm talking. Bubbling. They had some joints. I think they just dropped at a time where like Def Jam didn't really know what to do with them, and they was really heavy on Method Man and Redman at that time. But it was a dope album.
Well, I'm gonna check it out. Well, second applause. What you think, Dwell?
I think one of my favorite. I don't think I could say it's a cult classic, but I think it don't get enough love. Common's B album.
Amazing album.
B Returning Forever. Those 2.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Tribe's love movement don't get enough credit. I thought that that was right there on par with Low End Theory, and Midnight Marauders. But I think that a lot of times people just kind of skip past that one.
Yeah.
Those 2 I'll put in.
Word up. We'll take a plus. I'm gonna go with De La Soul's AOI Bionics. It is the second of what was supposed to be a trilogy series. They never made the 3rd one. The first one came out, and then which had Ooh 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 on it, and that one seemed to get a lot of promo. And then the second one, Bionics, that's my favorite one. It's probably my top 2 favorite De La albums. And that one is just a weird mix of amazing production, far out there ideas, and for me, I feel like it lands in an awesome listen anytime I put the CD in, or even when I go back to it on digital. So I'll definitely say that one. I'll say not too much. Q-Tip's Renaissance album. I think that is a master.
That was a masterpiece.
That album is a masterpiece. That one. I mentioned Pharoah Monch's Desire often. Like, to me, that's a perfect album too. And then I'll add Lupe Fiasco's oh my gosh, what is it? Drill Music in Zion. And that album is a crazy story behind it, because he was already working on Samurai, which is the album we were talking about earlier. And that's the album that's about Amy Winehouse. Her spirit turns into a battle rapper, essentially.
Yeah.
But before that album, he put out an album called Drill Music in Zion. And as the story goes with this, Chill called Lupe. This is when Chill was still incarcerated. He's out now. He's free. But as the story goes, Chill called Lupe and says, "Lou, we need another album." And then Lou's like, "Well, I got the Samurai joint. I'm still working on that. I'm about to put that out." He says, "No, we need another album." So Lupe says, "Okay." And he goes inside for 3 days. It comes out with Drill Music in Zion. So he makes this album in 3 days. He gets a pack of beats from Soundtrack, who they work with all the time, and makes a fully fledged, flushed out album.
Damn.
In 3 days. That's one of the best rap
crazy.
albums that came out that year. It's insane. And from a production standpoint, I think it's some of the strongest production, like on the stronger end of Lupe's catalog from a production standpoint. Big concepts, really direct moments as well. He's not trying to a lot of times certain artists get criticized because their ideas are so big that they don't connect with people directly. This is a great, entry point for people who think that way about Lupe. So I'd probably say those 3 or 4, however many that was.
I missed 2. Little Brother, the first one.
The Listening?
Minstrel Show?
Yeah, Minstrel Show. Yeah.
And the other one, DJ Quick and Problem, Rosecrans.
Rosecrans is amazing.
Rosecrans is amazing.
Rosecrans is fire.
Yeah.
We'll take an applause. That's a great question, though. Star Trek Ambassador says, for Wayne, 2 classic albums, 3 classic mixtapes. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, I can't connect ever like what songs belong to what mixtape. I just noticed sometimes where it just be like, damn, man, like this dude's really like, eye of the tiger, with it. And then having the attention span to be able to have like cohesively pull together a whole album, it's not an easy feat for a lot of dope artists, you know what I mean? And I don't think I've ever like heard too many Lil Wayne albums from beginning to end where I'm like, yes, this is your crowning achievement piece of work. But but I think also too the relatability factor plays a lot into that too for certain people.
I don't think Wayne has I think like if someone listened to one of these albums that we were talking about that fall into the classic territory for Wayne based on impact, I think if there was someone who had never heard Lil Wayne before and you give them any of those albums in 2026 right now and listen to them, I don't think they would hit like classics to those people. Oh, yeah. And that's one of the things that's interesting when it comes to Wayne, like that dichotomy that's there. Like in my mind, it's very difficult for anyone to listen to The Blueprint or Reasonable Doubt and have an experience that was far off from when those albums first came out. In my opinion, even if you get to certain albums like, It Takes a Nation of Millions or Illmatic, like even or Machiavelli, like even stuff that sounds a little bit more dated. Like you can still kind of get that just based off the conversation that people are willing to have within the record. Mm-hmm. That is the weakest part of Wayne in terms of his albums, his catalog, which we talked about. So it's really interesting thinking about the 2 classic albums and 3 classic mixtapes as well because of that. Because of what you just said, Headcrack. Nobody knows what's supposed to be where because that is a modular experience listening to Wayne's mixtapes. Everyone had a different number 3 on every on every album because that's how LimeWire was working back then. But LimeWire. That's how it worked back then. But then too, if you listen to the things he's talking about, he's not really talking about things that are outside of just how great of a rapper he is on most of those mixtapes. And then on the albums, it's not a whole lot outside of how great of a rapper he is, how much he loves belly smacking, and all the gonorrhea, bathroom, dear Mr. Toilet on the shit metaphors. You know what I'm saying? It's not the range that I think even transcends. It's really different. I might have to do something on that because that's interesting to think about.
It's crazy when things don't age well, and it's actually crazy the things that do age well. Because even you mentioned the Love Movement, and I was a person when that album came out, man. It was like, and I'm hardcore Tribe fan. Sometimes you might not necessarily be mentally or emotionally in a space for an album to connect with you that way. And for whatever reason, when I was listening to the Love Movement when it dropped, I was like, something doesn't feel cohesive about this. Like it feels weird. And then it wasn't until I saw the documentary, then you get to find out, oh, Phife was living in Atlanta. They weren't really hanging out like that. And like, it felt off. However, one day I done listened to everything I had to listen to. And I was like, let me go back. And it was after they came out with We Got It From Here. Thank you for your
Yeah, We Got It From Here. Yep.
Yo,
that's when I got back into Love Movement.
Dude, that album sounded.
I got back into it like, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's dope when you can like literally dig up a gem that's been there the whole time and re-fall in love with something. Same thing goes with De La Soul's Balloon Mind State. When that album first came out, man, like I'm like, this isn't fun. You know what I'm saying? Because like De La Soul's Dead was so fun. It was skits, and Blue Mind State was so grown. And for whatever reason, the 2 songs I connected with was Break of Dawn, obviously, Ego Trip, and for whatever reason, IMIB.
I love that song. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's one of the most beautiful joints ever.
So beautiful. And then like a few years later, like maybe like after I had my first kid, that album like resonated in such a different way for me. And I just love that about good music. You may not be ready for it now, but then you can come back to it later and now you're mature enough emotionally, mentally, or experienced enough in life to be able to appreciate a project. And that hits different.
Hold up. 1 second, please.
That's real talk.
Ash to Crimson says classic albums, classic verses, classic feature, classic performances, classic moments. Actually winning a big beef. Is it fair to say Dot surpassed Hov? I do. I think so.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I've been put Dot past Hov.
Yeah.
I feel like you saw it happen on the Bitch Don't Kill My Vibe remix. Like that was the first like shot, a sign of seeing the torch being passed. Like when I heard that verse, like, yo, did Jay hear Kendrick's verse before he turned this in? Because this was supposed to be an exhibition. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seen my man get slapped. Like if Nas would have recorded Ether, if he'd have recorded Ether 12 years later or whenever that came out, he'd be like, yo, the Kendrick murdered you on your own shit.
Right,
like,
right.
It'd have been a different conversation, man. It was like, man, he was shooting practice, target practice.
I mean, I think you could have had an argument that Kendrick was the GOAT in 2016. And I did a GOAT piece on that. Because if you start looking at the things that a lot of people talk about when they talk about GOATs, they talk about classic albums, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, in 2016, Kendrick's got To Pimp a Butterfly, Good Kid, Mad City, and Section 80. You know what I mean? If you start thinking about things like, you know, just respect as an MC and things that you could talk about, well, none of those albums sound the same. And so he was able to make, he already had top 5 hit songs back then. You know, he's got Swimming Pools Drank, top 5 song is an anti-drinking song. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who have accomplished less and we still rank them farther, even before you get to the sales conversation. And then after Damn drops,
yeah.
Once Damn drops, that is, you know, that album did what? Debuted at 600,000. It's got a song on there that has 20 million records. That's a huge record.
Damn.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's the thing. Like sometimes people will try to say, okay, well, wasn't a large body of work. Well, in those 3 albums, and if you include Damn 4, you're talking about 12, 13, 15 songs. All these songs are good, and it's a message versus people who just put out a bunch of albums that was 12 songs fluff, 2 hits. You know,
Yeah,
a lot of that. He didn't do that. He gave us everything was something on every album.
Yeah,
I mean, that's where a lot of artists just live anyway. You know, most artists don't really have 2 to 3 albums that people debate whether or not they're classics. Like most artists don't. Like when I'm talking about that, I mean from like a fan set. Like even with Jay-Z, it's like everyone comes back to Reasonable Doubt, The Blueprint, The Black Album. And then it's like, okay, well then now it's 444 and American Gangster, but those are like not revered with the same they'll come with the same reference as those other 3.
right. Like a distant 3rd and 4th place kind of thing, you know, compared to the other 2.
Yeah. So I definitely think he's there now. Honestly, all those guys, again, I say this all the time, those guys live in a tier that's just basically preference. Do you like Eminem more than Jay-Z? Do you like Kendrick? Whatever it is, their accomplishments or past whatever touch points I think you need to be in that conversation in the first place. But if we're really doing the numbers and counting stuff up, the only thing that Dot doesn't have is top selling artists, right? That's the only thing he doesn't have. And right now, he's got Not Like Us in the cut. He's got Not Like Us out right now. Like you want to see. We should watch how this will be a fun experiment. Let's see how much his overall streams or whatever explodes in the next 4 years. We start right now, look, and see where this goes. Because that Not Like Us song, that's the last monoculture rap song I can remember. That song is California Love. You know what I'm saying? That song is like it's gonna be at every Olympics forever.
And if you're gonna take it on another level, All Right is a song that around the world people use when they're going through something, when they gotta protest their governments, whether you in the Middle East, the Caribbean, all around the world, we gonna be all right when things are tough in different countries. To Russia, I saw them playing that in Russia. You know what I mean? Like that's a song that's what's one of those things where it's not this, but it's a substantive song that for this generation is their version of what's going on.
Right.
Yo, the wild part is I always operated in a headspace where I felt like that song should have been bigger than it was. And now, granted, you know, depending where, you know, what bubbles you're in, right? I'm in Atlanta, and Atlanta is a real and also not real place, right? If you look at the landscape of what's going on locally in Atlanta, like it is not a snapshot of the world. And I just felt like I should have heard that song. Every time I could sneak that song in on the radio, I did, because I just felt like it was an important song. And I feel like the things that have the most substance are always suppressed at a higher level than the bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like my man had to make a drinking song in order to really get cracking across the board when he dropped a few records before that like deserved the same accolades and reverence that it didn't get, you know, like It's crazy how they pick their messages.
Yeah. Well, take applause.
Real talk.
This one right here is from I Love J Squared. Rotation on IG added to this classic combo. I have got to know what the panel thinks. They shouted out Drake's albums happening. And so, this is a classic conversation pivot. We talked about Drake last week, I think, about kind of how many classics we think Drake had. Duane, you remember what you said?
I said 0. But, I get when people put Scorpion and things like that on there, but all that humbling and mumbling and sounded like Fonte.
Yeah.
Not impressed.
What do you think? What do you think, Ed Crack?
Yo, like I kind of put Drake in a similar category as I put Wayne in earlier. Like to say Drake don't got songs, it's crazy talk. He got songs, right? The true litmus test for me during certain pockets of time was, can I take your album with me to the gym? And there would be Drake albums I could listen to, starts off strong, like, hell yeah, we're gonna get these reps in. Then that nigga start whispering, singing to me. And it's like, I don't like that shit. And then I can't listen to you in the gym no more. So now you're like an ineligible player. So I have to playlist Drake and make a Drake bop playlist. And it could be a long playlist when you really look at the tail of the tape, because like, dude was a factory machine, just making songs, getting the best songs from people on SoundCloud and whoever would give up their rights to make the songs happen. Like, class project, right? But music business, you know what I mean? And he was giving people the business and charting, man. Like he surpassed LL quick.
Group project. 1 second applause. It's crazy. Chef OG Ra says, I wouldn't say it as such, but when LaRussell's words hit my ear, translated to, we come from the same source. But it's our choices that define us. I think we talked about this one. Maybe it's a different one from Ra. But LaRussell was heaven sent. 1 second pause.
That's gonna be stuck in my head.
I gotta leave like in 1 more minute. All right, I'm gonna do a couple more, but then I gotta get out of here.
All right, let me see if there's anybody at the bottom who has anything specific for you. We'll do this one right here. It says, no, I don't think. Well, this one right here says, the minstrel show by Little Brother deserves some love as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Classic albums there.
Album rides, man.
Another underrated, let's see. Oh, my bad. This is what it says here. There you go. That's from Edward Robinson 5. That's what he said. And then he had one more and he says, another underrated classic that doesn't get talked about enough, Pete Rock's Soul Survivor.
Yo, man, like, I don't know, like, when the last time you listened to that album, but it aged well. That joint Pete Rock got on there with Loose Ends, Take Your Time.
Yeah, that one aged very well.
Ooh, so smooth. Like, I worked for Loud when that album came out. We had the best promo material. It was these cardboard cutouts that had a big-ass afro. We sniping the blocks up crazy. And even in the cassette samplers, because the CDs weren't out yet. I'm from the late 1900s.
Word up. And one more from K-Way For Real says, again, LaRussell is spiritually immature. He doesn't understand the devil has a kingdom too. He clearly hasn't studied doctrine and scripture, nor the story of Earth's evil versus free will. You got anything on that, Dwayne, before you bounce?
I'm with it. He's spiritually immature. Like, that's just not being tapped in on a human level nor a spiritual level. It's like, okay, when you say it all came from heaven, like, no, heaven and hell. If you believe in heaven, then the same people who wrote to you about heaven, they also wrote to you about hell.
Right.
And so, hey, I was with that. I remember I saw him right there when he first put it out there.
Yeah, I was with that one too. We got one more here from Brown Girl L318. Christianity has black people in a stronghold since slavery, but we're not ready for that conversation.
Yeah, it do in a lot of ways. The wrong style of Christianity, because some of that Denmark Vesey Christianity, I wish we can get some of that.
Right.
That Nat Turner Christianity. It's the other side to it. We ain't seen it since Nat Turner.
Oh gosh. All right. So then I think right here is just, let's see. These are
Jim Henson in the legendary white category.
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog.
1 second applause to Jim Henson. This one right here from Reggie, John Travolta. I liked him in what's the show? Facts of Life. I thought he was good at Facts of Life.
That was George Clooney, no?
Oh, it was George Clooney. I'll take it back. I liked him in never mind.
in Greece. There was that.
Yeah, it was in Greece. Shout him out in Greece. 1 second, applause. That was George Clooney. In fact,
And Face Off with Nick Cage.
That was a classic movie too.
They're doing a sequel. I don't know how, but they are.
Got kids, his son. You know, I mean, you can put his face on him; it doesn't even matter.
No, they're doing it with Nick Cage and John Travolta. Like,
but that's what I mean. Like, you know, you put his face on something. He's Nick Cage. Got to be John Travolta again.
That's wild. Wild sauce.
That's wild. Star Trek ambassador Tony Hawk. His games will have a place in my heart. That's big facts there. John Wick, Colt from Cam Sulon. John Wick.
I wish they would do a Tubi version where they take the K off.
Wick.
And he's just nice with his hands, like beating up people at the DMV. You know what I'm saying? Big line shorter, run it up.
That's hilarious. Alexander Hamilton, coming to where you're from. That's funny. Raw 316, Larry Bird and Max Kellerman. Max pretty high up there.
He called out Stephen A. Smith that time. That shit was hilarious.
Yo, Stephen A. did not like that. That was the beginning of the end for Max Kellerman.
Kellerman's the younger one of the two, right?
Yeah, he's the white one.
Yeah, he used to rap in a group called the Hooligans with James Bond's kid.
He did. 1 second applause to Max Kellerman. 1 second applause to Margaretta too for the super chat. Thank you. Let's see what this one says. Mambo Sauce says, I look forward to Wednesdays. Love. Why do you keep letting them? Why do we keep letting them? Is this about
probably about Jack Harlow?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. True that. Yeah, Jack Harlow, you know.
Tomato.
All right, we got this one right here. It says Therese 78, JFK. It's JFK Jr. JFK and JFK Jr. They died.
That's a good point.
Yeah. He's gone now, but shout out to I Got Fame TV. Says shout out to Glasses for being 100. 1 second pause. This one right here is from Leonardo Thomas again. Says Benjamin Burnley from Breaking Benjamin. He's just raw as hell to me. I'm not familiar with him. You guys up on Benjamin Burnley?
I'm gonna be Googling that right now.
Yeah.
Too many windows open. Breaking Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin.
Please sweat.
Can't wait for real, man.
Oh, it's like a band. It's a Christian band. American rock band from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, formed in 1999 by lead singer and guitarist Benjamin Burnley and drummer Jeremy Hummel. The first lineup of the band. I don't know. Whoever posted that might be their PR. Like, I don't know why this is happening.
Okay, there's something to check out. You know.
Yeah. No.
This one right here is from K-Way again. It says Jack Harlow, aka Bleach Sweat, should have called Jamiroquai Virtual Insanity one of the greatest tunes ever. That is an amazing song. Virtual Insanity is crazy. Even the video to that is still nuts to me.
Still rides.
Tom from MySpace. What's that? You know what I'm saying? He wasn't worried about it. He just took his $500 million, travels the world, taking pictures, everything's fine. You know, he stays out of problematic situations.
If you didn't have a friend in the world, you had him.
You had him, right? My listening library YouTube says Marlon Craft raps about life and social issues. He supports tours and goes back home. Excuse me. Respects rap, hip hop. Jack could learn a lot from him. I like Marlon Craft. You guys check him out yet?
I haven't seen his material in a minute. Like I used to see him a lot more, but I'm a little.
He was just in the cipher. He was on the Rap Radar cipher.
Oh, where?
Yeah.
On
the radar, excuse me, on the radar cipher.
Yeah, I've only seen like clips of that cipher. Like, I don't know, man. I have a weird algorithm, man. Like UFOs and government conspiracy theories. It's really weird.
Mine has a lot of that too, to be honest. 1 second pause. This one right here is from Reggie286. You can only pick one: Art of Noise, Moments in Love, or Kool and the Gang, Summer Madness.
If I got 20 minutes, I can listen to both. I'll probably play Summer Madness first.
I would go Summer Madness first too.
Yeah, like I have so many just great memories of that song, and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas also helped that too. Man, I would just let that ride, man. Just heinous things when that song played.
1 second applause. This one right here comes from Ms. PCHZ. I watched Dwan speak on R&B, not come from Africa. I was impressed with his knowledge. I liked Rod Stewart.
Salute.
Shout out to Dwan.
Oh,
One
yeah.
second. Let's say applause. My man Will Thompson Fargo. Shout out to Will. 1 second. Says sometimes I wonder what Lecrae would do. That's that line from Watch the Party Die.
Mm-hmm.
1 second applause there. Nice callback. This one right here from Is This Not a Chair? Deltron 3030 needs more love. He does. I loved his appearance on Craig of the Creek too. That's one of my favorite cartoons. I don't really like cartoons, but that's like a new cartoon that's come out probably in the past 10 years that I do rock with. It's about this.
Cartoon Network, right?
I think so. I think so. It's like about a black family in Baltimore or something. They had a whole Deltron 3030 episode. Like Deltron 3030 was in the cartoon. I was like, oh, this is amazing. And I think we got one more, and this is the last one for the night. It says, Martine PH415, sonogram by One Below.
Pull that one up.
Yeah, we got to check that out. Word up. 1 second applause. Yo, man, another great Culture United in the books.
Yo, man, had a great time, fam. Thanks for the invite.
Man, thank you for coming back, man. This was great, both of you guys. Do you guys have anything you want to shout out or pub before we log off here?
Yo, to everybody that's remaining in the chat, man, I got a project out called Microdose with an exclamation point, and another one called Microdose Plus. It's like the maximum strength version through these maximum times that we're living in right now. Give it a run. It's high vibrational rap music. You definitely won't become dumber for listening to it. Also, man, check out my show Side Dish, comes on Fox Soul and YouTube and Tubi every night at 7 p.m. And if you live in Atlanta, I own a boxing gym that has a podcast studio in it. So if you need a place with free Wi-Fi to do something similar to what we're doing, pull up.
Word up. What's up? My brother Head Crack, 9 second applause.
You go to DewanB.com, see what's going on in my world. Incense in Ashtrays, that's with the letter N, incenseandashtrays.com. That's my publication where I'm really blogging on mostly the rhythm and blues and jazz sound, live music sound, and classics. We've got that blog, BamFamilyTree.org. That's my music historical foundation where we document the history of Black American music going back to 1620 through now. And also, those I got my music university on Patreon. But if you go to my YouTube channel at DewanB, that same DewanB you see right here, Twitter, YouTube, at .com, Instagram, it's all that. And this is the TikTok, DewanB1. So yeah.
Word up, DewanB, my brother. Thank you again. 9 second applause. Word up. And thank you guys for rocking with another CU Culture United, hashtag CU Wednesdays. Tomorrow, you know what tomorrow is. Same thing it is every Thursday. Hashtag Third Verse Thursdays. We drop new episodes of Third Verse Podcast with Stat Quo, DJ Mormilli, and myself. We also premiere them, and then we're all in the chat. So if you guys ever have anything you want to say to or about Stat Quo, go say it to them in the chat. Tomorrow's episode is actually really, really interesting as well. We also have some big announcements around that podcast too that we'll be making shortly. But thank you for your support on that as well. And then tell a friend, tell the world, let everybody know every Wednesday right here. Company Man YouTube channel, 5 p.m. PST, Culture United, hashtag CU Wednesdays. Thank you guys again. We'll see you next Wednesday.
Salute,
Peace.
King.
Salute. Peace.
Culture United, our culture united, our culture